You could just hum it.
Not as much fun as having the real sound, though.
Okay, we'll have to pick one off the internet. Hang on a sec.
Play Secrets by the Pierces.
How's that? One more time? Okay, just this will be. Yeah, that's enough.
You do know, Rob, we didn't hear any of it except you talking.
You couldn't hear it?
Nope, I couldn't anyways.
What? I must not have had it close enough to the speaker. Oh, try it again then. Let's try it again, shall we? Okay, we'll have to try it again.
And now we do all resolutions in the form of a question.
So you heard it that time?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it must not have been close enough. Okay, I'm here. Now that I was fooling around, I have to run to the washroom. So tell them I'm here.
I'm here as well, but just going to get more coffee. I'll be back.
Okay, we're just about to start. Welcome to the City Council meeting for Monday, December the 14th. And we'll start with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. We'll now move on to bouquets. Start with Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
We do a roll call first, Mayor Scran.
Yeah, we can do a roll call at any point. Yeah.
So we'll do the roll call. Councillor Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
Councillor Croson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Morrow.
Yep.
Councillor Parker.
Here.
Councillor Higgin,
Here.
Councillor Miyashiro,
He did mention he was just stepping away for a moment.
Mayor Spearman,
Here.
Councillor Campbell,
Present.
Councillor Miyashiro, are you back? We'll check later.
Okay. Well, we'll move on to Councillor Carlson, bouquets.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just as our final meeting of 2020, I think many of us are excited to see the back end of 2020. It's been a challenging year. I just want to wish everyone a very happy holiday season, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah to all of my friends and folks throughout our community, and a very happy New Year. Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman,
And nothing, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Campbell,
Oh, thank you, Mr. Spearman. Just wanted to congratulate the Japanese Gardens and their Winter Light Festival. It's still ongoing, and of course, all of the COVID restrictions are in place, and they've really stepped up to the plate, and it's a fantastic night out. So congratulations to them. Also wanted to make mention of the annual 23 Days of Christmas campaign put on by Teamwork Training. It assists Meals on Wheels. That's been going on for a number of years, and the community support has just been fantastic. It really maintains a very needed service in the city with Meals on Wheels. So I congratulate all of the sponsors that have come on board, and also helping so many people, especially at this time where they're even more isolated. So congratulations to that, and to echo Councillor Carlson, happy Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Thank you.
thank you. Councillor Morrow, Councillor Croson,
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I see on Twitter and Facebook this morning, and I'm sure it's part of our city and City of Lethbridge administration and the BRZ, that downtown parking, the kiosk will tell you that there's free parking until January the 15th. So I just wanted to give a bouquet to the groups that thought that up. What a wonderful way to support local shopping in the downtown. And like everyone else, I just want to wish everybody a wonderful holiday season, and we'll see you in 2021.
great way to end the year. Free shopping downtown. Thank you. Acting Mayor
Free
Higgins.
parking, free shopping.
Oh, free parking, not free shopping. Okay. Thank you. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to mention, I'm sure we've all heard about the new housing development that'll benefit our city seniors. Federal and provincial government announced funding for a 64-unit development to address needs for affordable seniors housing in Lethbridge. And so the cost will be about $12.5 million, about 90 jobs will be created. So a big congratulations to the community on having that project go forward here in Lethbridge. And then also just a Merry Christmas to all and a Happy New Year.
Hey, that's great. Good for economic development. Fantastic. Is Councillor Parker here?
Nothing, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. I'll just join my colleagues and wish everyone a Merry Christmas. It's going to be a different Christmas for everyone this year. Please keep your spirits up. I know there's many struggling in the community. Please reach out, support others, and I would say a bouquet to everyone who's helping with food donations, toy donations, and financial donations to the organizations that are trying to support those who are more affected than ever due to the COVID situation. So kudos to everyone and all the organizations who are assisting at this time of great need. Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro, are you back?
I am.
Do you have any bouquets to share?
Just want to thank all the organizations in Lethbridge that have been helping people in need throughout the Christmas and holiday season. There's been a number of organizations through Christmas Hope, and they've really formalized it more this year and included a lot more organizations. So, and the LSCO Christmas dinner is a little bit different this year. It will be deliveries or pickup, and I would advise people if they want to phone LSCO to arrange for a delivery. We're looking at about 1,200 meals this year, so hopefully we can get all those out as soon as possible on Christmas Day.
Well done. Thank you. 1,200 is an amazing number. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Miyashiro. Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting held Monday, November the 30th, 2020 be approved, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that council receive for information the status of directed resolutions December 14th, 2020, with the following amendment. That council defer the date of return of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, MMIWG, draft recommendations from December the 14th, 2020 to January the 12th, 2021. And further be it resolved that City Council receive for information the following reports. Procurement Summary Report for November 2020, Operational Review Implementation Plan Update for December 2020, Monthly City Council Work Plan Update for December 2020. And further be it resolved that Council authorized Philip Luchka to receive the unclaimed currency of $2,165. And further be it resolved that City Council provide first reading to bylaw 6257, Land Use Amendment Re 501 13th Street South. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think there are questions from our council colleagues.
Yes, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm just wondering to whoever, I see Ms. Pinkson is usually associated with procurement summary report. I'm just wondering, as we move into new processes in 2021, if in the description, there doesn't need to be language around it, but at the first or at the end of it can just be identified which CIP project we're looking at. Sometimes when the large numbers come up, people contact me about some of this expenditure, and it's just a bit of a time for all of us to go through the CIP. So if it can just have a reference in the description as to which CIP project we're spending money on, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? I see none.
Right. Call the question.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Next, I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Higgin. Adoption of agenda. I'm going to ask our City Clerk, Mr. Sarsfield, today, are there any amendments to the agenda?
There are no additions to the agenda that I'm aware of.
Thank you. So the resolution reads, adoption of agenda, that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on December the 14th, 2020 be adopted as presented, including all communications as submitted by the City Clerk. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Call for the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. We'll now move on to presentations, and I'll invite Mr. Michael Kelly to present the KPMG Operational Review RELD response to the KPMG report. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of Council. Can I get the City Clerk to go to the presentation, please? First of all, I'd like to thank everyone that was interviewed and provided comment to the findings of the KPMG report. The report identified 5 improvement opportunities for Lethbridge land. We agree with each improvement opportunity, and today I am presenting a status update to Council on our actions to enable these activities. Next slide, please. The 5 opportunity areas were as follows: land banking strategy, joint venture opportunities, increased role in industrial development, development of governance model, and definition of role and mandate. Next slide. Land banking, the first opportunity, is the opportunity to acquire and maintain land support for greenfield development for residential, industrial, as well as for other land municipal uses that the city might require. If we reflect back, there's a few things that we've done over time in past city councils, was acquiring the lands for the crossings area, which led to the West Lethbridge urbanization of the urban core. The Lethbridge Town Centre, which is where the Melcor Centre is in the bay, acquiring from Giffen Farms the large area known as Sharing Industrial Park, and back in the 80s, the Park Place Mall. Next slide. These are timelines that were the top of the slide were indication of timelines that KPMG put forward in their document. What we are suggesting is that Lethbridge Land will incorporate as part of their annual reporting is to update and review its land banking strategy with City Council on an annual basis. It's not one time, and why that's important. And the last time that we did a major land banking strategy report was in 2017, at the time that the last CIP was being considered, along with our needs for other greenfield development. This time, land banking strategy will be provided to City Council in Q2 of 2021 and annually thereafter. It will incorporate existing city-owned property, absorptions, future needs and opportunities for greenfield redevelopment and other municipal needs. We've been working both with internal and external stakeholders to understand the municipal needs and community-wide needs, and to align that with the CIP process coming up in the new year. I want to remind City Council and all that are viewing that City Council is the approval authority of all land purchases as reflected in City Council Policy CC 37, real estate acquisition. Next slide. The second opportunity was joint ventures. The City of Lethbridge has had opportunities for joint ventures in the past. Some examples include the partnership for the development of Ridgewood subdivision, also Copperwood, and one of the prime areas for redevelopment in town was the relocation of the CP marshalling yards to eventually saw the development of Park Place Mall, which was a 4-way partnership between the province, city, CP Rail, and Cadillac Fairview, who was the developer of the day. What is a joint venture? It is an arrangement between 2 or more parties to cooperate to achieve a set of common goals, whether it be for greenfield redevelopment, industrial, affordable, social housing, and various opportunities. Why should we participate? Well, it's to achieve common community or economic benefit, share risk, and guarantee long-term, it can be for guaranteed cash flow. Next slide, please. In the KPMG report, they've suggested some timelines for joint ventures. And what they're asking for or suggesting for actions was based on authority for the mandate, some criteria and standard process. In your package today, we have attached the draft policy for joint ventures, which addresses all these incorporates all these items, which approval authority criteria and process. This policy will be referred on to Council's Standing Committee for consideration in Q1 of 2021. Next slide. The next finding from KPMG was to increase the role of heavy and industrial land development and acquire the lands that go along with that. Next slide. Some of the actions that have been done to date, City Council has approved the purchase of the airport and adjacent lands, which is approximately 1,400 acres. Approve a price in November of 2019, approve the pricing for industrial lands for the sharing expansion area. 2020 and just recently, City Council updated Lethbridge Land Work Plan, which identified for the annexation, area structure plan, and outline plan for the airport lands. And in Q2 of 2021 is to incorporate the need for future industrial expansion as part of the land banking strategy, which would be presented to City Council at that time. Next slide. So the key actions with KPMG, again, instead of just doing a one-time scenario, is that we plan to incorporate these things and report on an annual basis to City Council as part of our land banking strategy, and also to bring forward to City Council an annual pricing review for industrial lands. Again, just to repeat, part of our work plan for Lethbridge Land was to commence the work for the airport lands for annexation, area structure plan, and outline plan, so that we can bring on and start develop the industrial lands in that area. The fourth and fifth items are about governance, model, and mandate. KPMG is continuing with operational reviews, as well as there's a review of committees from Western management consultants that may reveal some other recommendations that should be considered, both with model and mandate. So as part of this, we're recommending to hold off on this until into Q1 of 2021, so that if these opportunities are something that should be added into the governance model or mandate, we can incorporate these in and bring them forward to City Council for consideration. So that is the Mayor and Council. That's the current status of our work as it relates to KPMG. Again, the 5 recommendations for areas of opportunities, we agree with them wholeheartedly, and are, as demonstrated, are moving forward to incorporate as part of our workload.
Questions from Council? Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for the update, status update, I think you called it. 2 quick questions. You did present a draft joint ventures policy, pardon me. Is it contemplated that this will go to one of our SPCs for review and comment, or would council be invited to individually share our comments and thoughts on this policy?
I guess I'm looking for direction from Councillor City Manager about what's with the new models that we're moving to in the new year. What would be the appropriate venue to take the draft policy for consideration?
Yeah, the intent would be to take that to a subcommittee. whether that most likely the Economic Subcommittee, but our intent would be to bring it forward and provide a bit of time for feedback.
Okay, thank you. So should council refer that perhaps to, I think it's the Economic SPC or the Governance SPC? I'm not sure which.
It would be economic in my understanding, and council certainly could. But if you know, our intent, I think Michael introduced that today more as by way of an introduction, but our plan in doing that work is to bring that forward to the Economic Standing Policy Committee.
Excellent, thank you. Saves us a referral motion. Second question on the what was it? The governance model and mandate question. How do you envision council participating in that discussion?
That's I reflect back to the 1976 document that we have been referring to for decades, that the City Council of the day was involved with. I would assume, and assume's not a great word, but I would be getting some directions from City Council, putting some draft notions forward, and be presenting the various options for consideration. That would be not similar to what we did with the Airport Committee. We had investigated various models, governance models, and looked at different mandates that were out at, I think we reviewed 24 different airports of the day, and we're able to consolidate that and present that to the Airport Committee for consideration. I would somewhat envision the same process there, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, but I think you indicated that there was some further work being done that may inform that process. So perhaps it's not something we need to take action on today, but in the first quarter of 2021, I think would be more appropriate after that work's done.
That's correct. There's still some work being done by KPMG with regard to EDL, and also with Western Management Consultants with the Heart of the City Committee in particular. There are some findings and recommendations that will be coming forward in their document that might be something of an opportunity to incorporate into the Lethbridge land mandate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Actually, when we get to the motion, I'll probably ask that the governance model and mandate be referred to the Standing Policy Committee on Governance to have the conversation there. Thank you.
Anything further? I hear nothing. So we'll move on to debate. I'm going to read the motion by Councillor Carlson. KPMG Operational Review, RELD. Be it resolved that City Council receive this presentation as information, and further be it resolved that Mr. Michael Kelly be thanked for the presentation. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think Councillor Kaufman also wanted to add a referral motion, so I'll ask him if he wants to present that now.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Carlson. Yes, I'd like to make a motion that the governance model and mandate be referred to the governance SPC.
Thank you. I'm assuming I can accept that as a friendly amendment.
Yeah, the existing motion really has nothing in it other than that we received the presentation and thank Mr. Kelly for his presentation. So you could say, and furthermore, that the presentation be referred to the governance SPC.
And if it's appropriate, I'll accept that referral motion on the governance model and mandate as a friendly, if that's appropriate.
In the model for standing policy committees, we have airport going to
Apparently, airport's going to the economic committee in the model.
Yes, Mayor Spearman, I understand that governance is the purview of the governance committee. And so if we're looking at how to best structure an organization, it would be my suggestion that aspect, and that's why I've broken it into 4 and 5, actually go to the governance committee. I see this as each of these 5 can be broken up and go to their separate committees if required. So that's why it's just a statement that the governance model and mandate go to the governance SPC.
Okay, you're free to put forward that motion. Okay, as an amendment, it's been accepted by the mover, so thank you.
Thank you, and I do also appreciate that city manager has already indicated that the joint venture policy will be vetted by the economic subcommittee, so we don't need a referral motion on that.
Okay, very good. Does everyone understand the motion as amended? Are there any questions on the motion as amended? If not, we'll move on to debate.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just appreciate the work done by Mr. Kelly and his department on this and bring it forward to council. I do also appreciate that there's further work to be done. We have a referral motion for part of that, and the other part is going to work its way through the system as per our city manager's comments. So once again, just thank you for the presentation and information, and I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, any further debate? I hear none, so I'll take that as your opening and your close.
And I will call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Is anyone opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. We'll now move on to the final report from the Open and Effective Government Committee. Councillor Croson, we have a resolution that says, be it resolved that City Council received this report as information, and further be it resolved that the 2017 to 2021 statuses of initiatives from the Open and Effective Government Committee, Attachment 1, be forwarded to the Governance Standing Policy Committee. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. This seems the appropriate season to wrap things up with a bow, and that's what we're essentially doing here. OEG will be ending at the end of December and being replaced by the Governance Standing Policy Committee. So what we want to do is just finish up whatever work we could, inform our colleagues in the community what OEG has done, and then refer all unfinished projects on to the Governance SPC. So this is essentially for information, and through the report you can see the achievements of OEG. The one thing that none of these achievements would have been done without incredible staff support from the city clerk and the city clerk's department, city solicitor and that department, the city treasurer, and on. Numerous different parts of administration supported us through with the work of the committee, and I'd like to thank them on behalf of the committee. You'll also see some of the things that we're recommending forward. The delegation of authority matrix is still in process, so that will be moving on. Work continues on the procedure bylaw. So just some things there, just so everybody is aware of what has been completed and what's still in progress, and we'll be moving on to the new SPC. That is essentially the report, and unless there's any questions or debate, I'll call the question.
Are there any questions?
I do. No question. I have a comment. I just want to thank OEG for the work that they've done over the last 2 terms to help us with some pretty complex at times governance issues, and they've tackled a lot of issues that council has kind of dumped on them. And so I'd just like to thank them for the great work that they've done for the last couple of terms anyway.
Any further comments? I hear none. I'll ask Councillor Croson to close.
I'll simply call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. We'll now move on to Recommendations of the Finance Committee meeting of November 23rd to 27th, 2020. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Before we postpone this, there was a motion on the floor, an amendment from Acting Mayor Higgin, was seconded by Councillor Parker. And that was that council not accept the Finance Committee recommendation to reduce the police budget by $1 million. I believe we need to address that prior to moving on to the main motion. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct, and we currently have it showing on the screen.
Okay, thank you. So, so I would suggest this time that the motion's on the floor and we get direction from the clerk in terms of the procedure.
So in terms of procedure, we're at a council meeting, so all the deliberations that occurred at the finance meeting are just forwarded on to council. So council has a main motion, which is to consider the amendments to the operating budget for the next 2 years. And so what is now in order is any amendments to that budget. Any amendments would need to be moved and seconded and require a majority of votes. So votes for reconsideration are not in order because we have started a new deliberation. We're starting all over again.
So, Mr. Chairman, the amendment is on the floor, and I believe you're in the chair.
Okay, I will chair. So we have the motion. I'll ask Acting Mayor Higgin to introduce it, the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I know this seems like a long time ago, but I brought this forward here at our last council meeting after the Finance Committee deliberated on the this particular motion to reduce the police budget by $1 million, and I still have the same concerns as I did then, that especially during the time that we're in with the pandemic, as well as the drug crisis we're in, and understanding that over 85% of their budget, the police budget, is for frontline staff and for staffing, I would find it extremely unsafe, I guess I'll put it that way, to reduce the budget by $1 million. And so that's why this is before us today.
Okay, introduced. Any questions of Councillor Higgin?
Carlson here.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you to the mover, appreciate you bringing this forward. Councillor Higgin, sorry, Acting Mayor Higgin. Just a question. The Police Commission did meet following our budget discussions and deliberations. Was there any discussion on how this would impact, considering that Council did also increase the funding to police by about $2.3 million for certain initiatives, which would add personnel? So did the Commission have any discussion on the impact and how they would mitigate this?
Actually, that's not completely true as far as the increase of 2.3. That was still an initiative that was brought forward for those particular services, that being the CPOs, the watch, and the
PACT.
The PACT team. Thank you. And so that was just transferred over to them from our city funding. So it wasn't an increase to their budget. If they did not have that, that would be even that much more detrimental to their budget. The discussions again, and I'll ask for Mayor Spearman if he wanted to comment on this. It's still, we went through the exercise as was indicated to come back with reductions, but something that was going to be very difficult. We heard from our chief as well that this would affect in interviews, etc. After this would affect the service to, as far as the delivering the important services that they do throughout our community. So outside of that, that's about where I would leave it.
Okay, just to follow up on that, thank you, Acting Mayor, because a lot of the, or some of the reductions that the Police Commission presented to Council were not frontline staff. They weren't folks doing policing out in the community. And so I'm wondering if those were looked at as those were the reductions that could be taken place without affecting actually frontline policing.
Yes, those would be the first things, obviously, that would go, would not be the frontline staff. The problem is that's the work that needs to be done internally, paperwork, etc., for what is done. So that would bring back the officers to do that much work, and it would burden them even more, so that they wouldn't be on the street, because they would obviously, the work would still need to be done. So it'd have to be spread amongst the others. And Mayor Spearman, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, it was difficult to identify what could be reduced. The thing that council has to understand is if the $1 million reduction goes forward, it reduces the budget in 2021 and for the year following as well, until the budget is rediscussed. And the challenge is that I think at the end of 2020, there's expected to be a surplus of about 275,000. So that leaves a reduction of at least 750,000 to the existing budget that would affect core services.
Thank you, Mayor Spinner. I appreciate that. So if council did reconsider some of this funding, there still is a surplus in the police budget that could maybe be used. You sort of split the baby with the bat, or anyways.
My understanding is that they're hoping to use that surplus for police body cameras.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Parker?
Mine's debate, not a question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I guess a question, I'm not sure who can answer this. One of the big debates in the last few years with City Council was the existence of the SES and the negative impact it had on not only our city, but the downtown area and the neighborhood around the SES. And the prevailing thought was that once the SES was removed from our community, the crime rate would also go down. Does anyone have any evidence that that's the case?
I would only be able to provide anecdotal evidence, and I think that's not evidence, but the perception appears to be there are fewer issues right now, but that's only a perception. I don't think there's limited data since the SCS closed, so difficult to say at this point if there's a trend.
Okay, so no one knows if the crime rate actually went down a lot since SES closed. That would be just my question would be that is if the crime rate did go down, or if the SES was the cause of the crime rate, no longer having that in our community should by all means lower the crime rate. Is that not correct?
Difficult to say, very difficult to answer that question. There's regular arrests by the crime suppression team, which involve drugs and other drugs and drug-related activity, and the work of the crime suppression team is continuing, and there's been no recommendation to disband it at this point.
And if I could add to that as well, Mayor Spearman, and please stop me if this is something, I don't believe it was a camera discussion. It's understanding that the crime rate has dropped in that area, but understanding this, Councillor Miyashiro, that it doesn't happen overnight, that there was a lot of crime that has come to the community, and just closing the SES doesn't change it overnight. It does take some time to figure out the other social concerns that were brought in, either because of that or for any other reason. And so it does take time to obviously curtail that crime in our community.
All right, thanks.
Any further questions? If there's no further questions, and Councillors Parker and Miyashiro still have their hands up, but I think we're about to move on to debate. Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just a few things that I've looked into over this past while here regarding some concerns that we have throughout our community, as we know, and I mean it's there's a lot of comments saying that this isn't true or it is true, but according to Stats Canada, we're a number one on this crime index for Canada. We do have 15% fewer members, so 172 versus the average of 212 per 100,000 population in Canada. So we're already down as far as frontline police officers in our community, and so it's something definitely to look at. And I will save the rest for close. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I too will be supporting this. And I know it's tough for us, and we're trying to find ways to reduce spending within our corporate budget. But as most people know, and I think we as a council know through our surveys or just talking to people on the streets, safety is the number one priority of our community. And I do understand that that we have an increasing crime rate in our community, and I'm really optimistic, hopefully, that it's plateaued and things are going to be on the downturn. Of course, the stats don't show it, but I also believe that it's a lagging indicator too, because when the SCS closed, it's going to take a while to see hopefully a possible savings. And if there's a savings, that's a good news story. But I also believe that the police should be being funded in a proactive way. And I know it was a close vote last time, and I think I'm glad we had an opportunity to revisit it, because hopefully members of council had an opportunity to talk to the community to find out how they felt about the $1 million cutback. But I just don't think at this time, where we are in this community, that a $1 million cutback would be appropriate. So I will be supporting and keeping that $1 million within the police service. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors that wish to speak in debate? Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, I'm just, this has been a tough one. I mean, going into the budget was going to be a really difficult process, and we asked our community to come up with ways to reduce across the board. We came forward with that, and so it's a tough decision to make, but I do believe, because of the fact that we really pushed for the other three programs from the city police, that is going to enhance their ability to deal with the crime rate that we have. Also, it was my understanding that when we went into this, we needed to help our community in terms of trying to lower taxes, which is what we accomplished in the week of debate. And so we have for 2 years 0% increase in taxes, which will go to our community. So I think that was very critical and important with a lot of the decisions that were made. So for that reason, I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I appreciate Acting Mayor Hagan bringing this forward. It is the opportunity for us to reconsider and re-examine things. So I do appreciate the thoughts on that. I don't think I'm going to be supporting this amendment. This is one I've flip-flopped back and forth on for, well, since day one of the budget, to be honest. However, I do think that our fully funding of the initiatives that we have, the CPOs, the Watch, PACT, etc., I think is ensuring that 2.3, I think it was $2.3 million will be flowing to the commission, and they can spend that as they see fit. We did fund those initiatives for 2 years. They weren't fully activated, which is why the police service is seeing a surplus at this time. So I think I trust the commission that we've agreed to give them that extra, or that 2.3 ongoing for the next 2 years. But we also have to say that we're all in this together. Our community is having some struggles, as the rest of the province, the country, the whole world is with COVID. And our goal was to try and reduce our budget, and everyone wanted to pitch in. And I appreciate the commission coming up with some ideas. I appreciate everyone in our corporation coming up with ideas. Our boards, commissions, everyone pitched in. And yeah, they didn't like it. No one likes to cut their budget, but I think they saw the need. We were looking at 5 and 10% reductions. We were very cautious, and we didn't, I don't think in any case, hit people with a fully 10% reduction. I believe this, if I recall the treasurer's statements on the budget, this was about a 2.5% reduction on the police. As I say, we are all in this together. We're all pitching in. It's tough times, but I think with the 2.3 for the community police officers, the PACT, the watch, etc., I think the commission will be able to judiciously spend those dollars, and our community should not see any reduction in frontline services. So I appreciate it coming forward, but I won't be supportive at this time.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will not be supporting this at this time. I'm really happy that Finance Committee supported the inclusion of the the continuing funding of the 3 programs that Councillor Carlson just described. Those are innovative and creative ways to help out with the policing when you don't have to use sworn members to do so. So the hope is that those programs, once they're fully implemented, will certainly help the police force in a different way, and to do policing in a more community-minded way. So I will not support this at this time.
Okay. Do any other members of council wish to speak? I see none. I will be supporting the amendment. I think it would be easier if we were more clear. I do understand that we simply provide the envelope of money to the police commission, and they administer the funds. But I am challenged by simply saying it's a $1 million reduction without specification. So I do find it difficult. And I do understand the frustrations, if you like, maybe that's too strong a word. But certainly there needs to be reporting from the commission to council every year on what the goals are, how the money is going to be spent, what the plans are. And I do share the same concerns that when there's surpluses in the police budget, sometimes they appear to be spent arbitrarily. So it would be nice to know that there is a clear plan to acquire body cameras, and that the money is going to be spent in 2021. Or in the past, things have been purchased. People have mentioned motorcycles. People have mentioned large purchases of revolvers because funding was surplus in the budget. I don't think there's a surplus to that extent projected in the current budget. I think the money that's anticipated for use for the body cameras is less than $300,000. I am aware that the surpluses that have been created are because they were unable to hire people as they expected. So they're hoping to have a full complement of peace officers, for example. That was one source of the surplus in the past. So I think they're tightening up their procedures, and I think we do have to make sure there's a minimum level of policing. I think council has to act where it can to assist in managing the cost of policing in the city of Lethbridge, and that might be a broader understanding and more discussions with the commission. But until those discussions take place, I can't support an arbitrary reduction. So I will be supporting the amendment. If no other members of council wish to debate, I will ask Councillor Higgin to close. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you to my colleagues for those questions and debate. I wanted to go back here a couple weeks ago where the same situation came forward before Calgary City Council. It was for a reduction of $8 million in the police budget. There's a lot of deliberation on that, and I'm sure you've all heard that after when it came back to Calgary Council reversed their decision. They decided to take the money from the reserves and continue funding the police. So they did not defund or did not reduce the police budget because of what they had first thought they were going to do and were asked to do, and many were on board with that. But that was reversed, that $8 million. So they also must have found through their various avenues of communication that this is not something that is needed at this time to reduce the police budget. We hear so often that we're in this together, and I just, you know what, I'm not a big fan of that word because I truly believe that we're not in it. We're in this pandemic together, but we're not in this quote unquote all together. We're not the first ones that go to a family dispute. We're not the first one that goes to this domestic violence. We're not the first ones sometimes on scene for drug overdoses. We're not the ones that do that. This is important. This is safety for our community more than anything. And during this time, it's extremely important that we support our frontline staff, and in this case being our police officers, to get the work done. There's so many other things that are going on in our community that just because of this, and if it comes from the mental health side, and don't get me wrong, there are some things that they can do, and we've heard about it, that can be addressed by other organizations in our community. But currently, as Mayor Spearman indicated, we really don't have a plan for that right now. We don't have a plan how we're going to do that. And I know that the commission has heard us loud and clear that we do want to look into some of these initiatives, but to do it so quickly and in haste is quite concerning to me, and it should be to the rest of council, as it is, I've heard throughout our community, the concern of and I hate to use the word defunding the police, but it would be by removing that $1 million. As I'd indicated in my previous discussions, that we do have less police officers per 100,000 than the average in the country already. We need to hire more. If there's anything, I would ask to put more into the police budget for some of these initiatives. So at this time, there's other cost savings that we've looked at, and I know when I go through what the KPMG report came back, and we went through as finance committee, and we supported a lot of the things that they said we could reduce. We could have supported these and put the money to safety in our community. And you know what? I love all of the wants that are throughout the community, and some of the things that we're obviously putting money into, or it's brought forward to council to approve, to put money into some of these different things. And you know what? I love all these things. I love the different organizations that we can go and we can frequent throughout town. But during this time, we need safety in our community more so than ever. We always need safety in our community, but especially now with this COVID pandemic. And so for this cost initiative is something that I think should not be moving forward with a reduction. And for that reason, I would ask my fellow colleagues to support this and look over the next year on how we can have these cost savings, and have the commission, again, has heard us loud and clear, bring back to us a business plan on how we can become more efficient throughout our policing department. And that's something that, again, we have heard. The commission has heard, and they will look into this. There's going to be more reporting back to council. This is important. So in closing, please think of the safety in our community and support this resolution, and support our fellow police officers. Thank you.
Okay, question has been called. I'm going to ask our city clerk to do a roll call, please.
Councillor Kaufman,
Opposed.
Councillor Croson,
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow,
Opposed.
Councillor Parker,
In favor.
Councillor Higgin,
In favor.
Councillor Miyashiro,
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman,
In favor.
Councillor Campbell,
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
So that motion is defeated, 6-3.
Okay, now we're back to the main motion. Are there any further amendments?
Thank you. Mayor Spearman, I put one forward to the city clerk.
Okay. I have a resolution from Councillor Carlson. Amendment to the 2019 to 2022 operating budget, A44. That council amend the 2021 to 2022 budget recommendations of Finance Committee by amending the cost reduction initiative A144 council wage reduction as follows. From a 10% salary reduction for City Council for 2021 at a projected cost savings of $77,300 and 0% for 2022. 2, a 5% salary reduction not for City Council for 2021 at a projected savings of approximately $38,650 and 0% for 2022. Councillor Carlson, do you have a seconder?
Oh, sorry. I thought if it was in the writing, I didn't need one, but I'll wait.
I'll second that.
Okay, from Councillor Miyashiro. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. First, I'll ask if there's any questions on the resolution from my colleagues.
Did you want to provide a rationale first and then open up for questions?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Spearman. Appreciate that, and appreciate my colleagues for their consideration on this. It's always uncomfortable to have to discuss and to debate your own remuneration, which is why I think that our council and actually many of our elected colleagues across the country have moved to most of these considerations to more of a, I guess, an administrative function and decision, as we have through a citizen group that came together and built a formula for council, and I think it was even ratified by the citizen engagement we had about council full time. Now, I do understand that these are challenging times, and I mean, as a council, as we've discussed over and over the last month, we've had to make some hard decisions. My gut feeling is that this reduction initiative was made very early in our deliberations, and I understand why. I think it was, at least in my mind, it was to set a tone and also to lead by example, which I think was very appropriate at the time. However, in hindsight, the approach we took seems to be rather more harsh and aggressive to ourselves than what we took in relation to the rest of our budget initiatives, the rest of the corporation, the rest of the community. I believe council throughout that process was fair and balanced in reducing costs across the corporation. I think all of us, through our questions, through our intentional reduction initiatives, we're very concerned about not overly impacting people's livelihoods or incomes wherever possible, while trying to do the best for our community and ensure we still had the proper services. The council reduction at 10%, which is I think approximately translates into about $600 a month per councillor and about $1,500 a month for the mayor, was a very aggressive reduction. The next most aggressive reduction that I believe council undertook was a wage freeze for our admin and non-union staff, and that was at 0%. We asked them to take that, or we instructed them to take that. And so a couple other considerations, I guess, that this will help alleviate is the challenges for future councils. Those members of council have been on before know how onerous it is to have to always set your own remuneration, which is why I said we moved a lot to administrative policy. If we undertake a reduction of this scope, future councils, if they follow the recommendations of the quote formula unquote, will be tasked with looking at massive increases for themselves. This reduction would put us far below almost all of our comparators throughout the province. We'd be hugely below Red Deer, Airdrie, Grand Prairie, etc. The list goes on. And so future councils will be tasked with an uneasy task, as we've all been there before. And it's not one we should exacerbate by putting undue pressure on them. Also, we are entering into an election this fall. I know that many folks in our community will be putting their names forward for council. Reducing the compensation for that may decrease people's willingness to stand for council. We know that it's a hard job, it's a tough job, often a thankless job, and we need good quality people. So for those reasons is why I'm putting this forward for council's debate and discussion, and I'd love to hear it.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. Are there any questions? Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Carlson, for bringing this forward. A question to either to the mover or administration regarding what is the process for determining council compensation right now?
Mayor Spearman through to Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, there is a council remuneration policy where it has a market review in the first and second year of the term. And so this would be foregoing that review in 2020.
Right. So then, as Councillor Carlson just said, that could, or it could. Do you think it could create some issues for future councils if they're in need of catching up, or do they just ditch the whole policy?
I think that would be up to the next city council to decide.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you to the city manager or designate, what is the effect on our 1.4 reduction in 2021 if this were to be approved?
It's really very minimal.
0.01%?
Pretty much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Acting Mayor Hagan?
My question was already asked. Thank you.
Okay, looks like there's no further questions. We can move on to debate. Councillor Carlson, if you'd like to open.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. My preamble explanation for the what I'd like council to think about was mostly my debate, so I'll wait to close. Thank you.
Okay, any further debate? I see none. Oh, Councillor Hagan?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you for the move for bringing this forward. I will not be supporting this. We've heard through question period here that we can change that policy, or the next council can change that policy. as far as if we have to keep up with the Jones, if you will. We don't have to match what other communities are doing. It seems that we don't have an issue with getting individuals to run for council. We have close to 30 each time. So again, that policy could be changed, and it would be up to the incoming council. They know when they put their name forward what the remuneration is at the time that they put their name forward. Future councils can deliberate that if they so desire, and if they're putting their name forward, they may realize that that is something they will have the opportunity to deliberate. I just, it's a leadership thing, and I know the question is, well, what is that? How does this affect the budget? That, you know what, that's part of it for sure, but it shows true leadership. There's not many communities out there that have not taken a reduction, and most of them are greater than 5%. So for the minimal amount, and as far as myself, I'm in there to help the community. The remuneration is one part, and it should not be the part that is our determining factor of what we're doing for our community. We decided to get into this position. I know I did, not for the money. It's to help the community, and so the difference that it makes of 5 to 10%, it's again, take a leadership role, and for the 2 years, and if the next council wants to change that, so be it. So with that, I will not be supporting this. Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks to the mover for bringing this forward. But in my good conscience, we've just gone through an incredible ordeal. We came up with the decision. We've asked our community to help out. We just asked the police to reduce their budget by $1 million. So for me to say, yeah, you do that, but I'm going to take back my 5%, I just can't in good conscience support this. So I will not. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you to my council colleague. Thank you, Councillor Carlson, for bringing this forward, because I see this on both sides. There is a philosophical part to this as well, and it's about who sits around council chambers and who gets elected, because they have the time to do a part-time job and not to worry about how much they get paid, because they have other sources of funding, and this is just a hobby in some ways then. And over the years, at all orders of government, we have seen fewer actual working people who work blue-collar jobs in politics. That has been something we've seen across North America, not just in Canada. And some of that is that they can't take a part-time job like this and fit it into their schedule, but they can't take it and quit their other job because it doesn't pay enough. So there's a balance there. And we're seeing a lack of diversity among a lot of working people around these tables, around politics, because of that, because they just cannot. So those voices are lost. When I speak at council, I often speak on my own behalf, but I speak on behalf of women as well, being the only woman who sits at council chambers. And there are a lot of women who cannot run for council because of how our job is structured. But I also see the fact that we are in the middle of a pandemic and a recession. Is this the right time? We need to have, this council, future councils, whomever, a philosophical discussion about how we are paid, whether we should be full-time, because this job, if you're running for council next fall, this is not the part-time job you think it is. If you do it right, there is a lot of work to being a councillor, and that is a discussion we need to have. I don't think, though, it is the time during this budget debate to have that. It is a discussion that we will have to have at some point. So I will, understanding where you're coming from, understanding the philosophy and everything behind it, I will be voting against this, but we need to have this discussion at some point. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
No, I lowered my hand.
Okay, I'll ask Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I do appreciate the questions and comments from my colleagues. I did bring this forward to have the discussion. As I said, council did lead. We came out first and gave ourselves the most aggressive cut. I thought it was appropriate to at least have the discussion around this with all of the thoughts about how it'll affect not just this council for the next few months, but the incoming council that will be sitting around this table less than a year from now. I don't want to dissuade anyone from running for that position. I want to encourage many more people to do that. However, I think hearing the discussions of my colleagues and knowing that incoming council will have that opportunity, as Ms. Pinkson said, there will be a review of council compensation coming up. So I thank you for the debate, and I look forward to the vote. Thank you.
Okay, question's been called. I'm going to ask our city clerk to proceed with a roll call.
Thank you. Councillor Morrow?
Opposed?
Councillor Parker?
Opposed.
Councillor Higgin?
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro?
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman?
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell?
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson?
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman?
Opposed?
Councillor Croson?
Opposed.
That was defeated, 0-9.
Okay, that was unanimous. Next resolution. Okay, we're now back to the main motion. Are there any further resolutions? If there are none, we'll move forward with the main motion. The budget would proceed with both the amendments have failed. Okay, so we're back to the main motion, the original budget. Anything further at this time? Okay, we'll debate the main motion now. Are there any further
Mayor,
questions?
Is there a motion to divide, I do believe, Mr. Mayor, on the operating budget?
No.
Mr. Sarsfield?
So I was waiting to see if you wanted to do it. So we have it written
please.
up. So, just a
And I
moment.
gave you the yes on that by the email.
Okay, Councillor Parker is advising that he has a pecuniary interest on A85, management wage freeze, and would like
Thank you,
to...
Mr. Mayor.
Yes?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so as it relates to the main motion, he'd like to request to divide the question so that A85, management wage freeze, was separate due to a pecuniary conflict of interest. So, if we would like to divide motion A85 out of the budget, can I have a resolution to do that, please?
Well, I don't think it'd be out of the budget. It would be a separate debate as part of the budget discussion.
That's
Yes,
correct.
that's, so we would debate it separately, yeah.
Yes.
We would divide it from the budget. So Councillor Miyashiro has moved that motion, and do I have a seconder?
Well, I'll second that for Councillor Parker, if that's what you're asking.
Thank you, Mr. Miyashiro.
Okay, so Councillor Parker and Councillor Miyashiro, okay? Okay, all in favor of the motion to divide? A85. Okay, are any opposed? I see none. So that is carried. So we'll excuse Councillor Parker and deal with A85 first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, A85 is management wage freeze. And it basically says, basically management would take a 0% wage increase in 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any Any questions? Any debate? All in favor? Any opposed? I see none. So the motion is carried 8-0. We'll declare that Councillor Parker had a pecuniary interest and excused himself. We'll now invite Councillor Parker back for the balance of the budget debate.
Nice trip to the kitchen. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're back to the main motion. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman, and I'd like to thank my colleagues on council for all the thought and discussion that went into this special edition of the operating budget. It was different in that we were looking at ways to reduce the amount we're spending. It was different in that we had the initiatives had the potential to be very impactful on our community and on our residents. What we came up with was a really good, I don't even think a compromise. I think it was a well thought out and discussed reduction initiatives. We took an extra couple weeks to think about some other things that could come up. And you know what, to council's credit, only two, I don't want to call them reconsiderations, but only 2 new initiatives came up or amendments came up. So that means we did a pretty good job a few weeks ago. If there are any questions right now, I would entertain those. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, perhaps to the City Treasurer, if we can just maybe highlight what the effect of passing this budget will mean on taxes for the next 2 years.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson. Should this be approved, it would result in a 0% municipal portion on average for 2021 and 2022.
Excellent, thank you, and I appreciate you saying municipal portion. There are provincial education taxes and I believe the Green Acres levy that we can't control, but on the portion that City Council controls, we are proposing a 0% for 2 years. Is that correct?
That's correct. Councillor Carlson, I should just add if a property has a change in assessment value, that would obviously impact their property tax bill as well. So it's on average.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Are there any further questions from council? Okay, I see none. So now we'll move on to debate. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will allow my colleagues to open debate.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. It's always a tough job around this horseshoe, doing a budget. We went through a very difficult week because we had asked some very difficult questions of our corporation. And I believe they responded very well, and then it was up to council to sift through. It's always hard in a budget because you are picking winners and losers. And this budget, because of some of the impacts we're all experiencing, it was mostly losers in this budget. But I do think our community, all of our members of the corporation, as well as our boards, commissions, but just our residents will understand. Tough choices had to be made. We will get through this. I think council did an amazing job of trying to keep services intact that people rely on and cherish in our community. So we're hopeful that through good stewardship that people won't see too many deleterious effects. I'd be remiss, so I will be supporting this budget. I think it's very important that we all support this budget as a council to let the community know where we stand. But I would be remiss if I didn't also thank Chairman Miyashiro It's a thankless job chairing budget. It's a stressful job chairing budget. I think I commented that he did a much finer job than I did 2 years running, where I threw a pen across the room at one point, so I apologize for that. But so thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your work on this. Thanks everyone for their work on this, and I fully support this budget.
Any further comments from council? I too would like to thank actually Deputy Mayor Miyashiro and my council colleagues. I think it was a grueling week. We achieved what we hoped to achieve, which was a zero budget increase. So I too commend Deputy Mayor Miyashiro and my council colleagues. Thank you. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Councillor Miyashiro, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, bringing this forward. First, I want to thank the administration for all their hard work with this. I know it's been some grueling time here, bringing in, these cost reductions, and especially it's not us that are going to these different organizations, asking them for these cost reductions, and it's not easy. It's not easy for them, and so Ms. Pinkston, I know you've got a lot of time and hours in and days in, I guess, in going through this. And Mr. City Manager and your staff, I commend you for bringing this forward. There's many things on this budget that I do support, and we saw through the deliberations here a few weeks back. I have my concerns on a lot of them, and the reason I say that is because we came up with we went through this KPMG report, and this is an expert in the field of understanding communities and how to find cost savings, and so that's why we went outside and brought this organization in so they could have a broader view and comparatives to other communities, etc. And when we went through the deliberations, and we were told, I'll back up a little bit here. We were told that there's going to be some extremely tough decisions, and that's from our previous city manager had mentioned that, and I know that this our current city manager had said the same thing, that there's some tough decisions if we follow through with what KPMG asked for. Tough decisions, but it's going to be better in the long run for our community. There's going to be issues where our grass might not be cut every 2 weeks, and it might be every 3 weeks, or whatever those are. And I don't know if it's 10 days or 14 days, whatever, some of those different concerns that we had throughout the deliberation. But I go back to the experts in KPMG, and the reason I do that is when I went through here these past couple weeks and through all the different initiatives that were brought forward, and if we'd listened to everything that the professionals in KPMG brought forward, we could have decreased our taxation of well over 5%. And something like that is had we made those tough decisions, we could have had not just a zero freeze, but we could have reduced taxation, and whatever that number could have been. And it's definitely more than zero. And so I support many of the things that were brought forward. And as was seen, there was a lot more probably that I did not support because they were recommendations that I wanted to take that KPMG brought forward. Now, again, they're not the end all be all, and but they're recommendations from a professional organization that does this worldwide. I think that throughout our community, we've I think here at City Council, and we definitely have a spending issue, and I would put it even farther as where spending is a little out of control as to other communities. We support our wants sometimes a lot more than we support the needs that we need in our community, and we've seen that with just going back to one of the resolutions that was brought forward earlier that was voted against with the police. So although there's many things that I support with this budget, overall, I struggle that we did not take the recommendations from KPMG, and through our deliberations, we still fell short on what we could have done for our community with a larger reduction in taxation for the next year or 2 years for that matter. So for that reason, I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Parker?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, I want to thank Councillor Miyashiro and all of us as members of council and our administration who, first of our administration who did an amazing job, because it wasn't just a week's work. This all started with a resolution that was brought forward back months ago through Councillor Carlson. So there's been a lot of hard work done behind the scenes, stuff that we will never see, but we should understand that a lot of work was done, and all the resolutions, all the initiatives were brought forward were through all the hard work of our administration. So I want to thank you for that. I want to say a special thank you to our chairperson, Councillor Miyashiro. Sometimes we got a little angry. Sometimes things got a little emotional, but I can't imagine how frustrating it was, the whole process in regards to us being online. We're used to being around a horseshoe. We can see facial expressions. We can see nods saying, hey, and it's difficult. It's difficult, and I want to thank the city clerk, both Bonnie and David, because they're usually the right-hand man or woman on the side there who kind of help out, guiding the chairman through the process. So I want to thank them as well. I also want to thank the city clerk's department. But there's winners and there's losers in the budget, and we bring values to the table, and we have goals and objectives. And at the end of the day, this is what you get. And I think if you trust the process and you support the process, you take what the outcome is. And I think this is the outcome. Is it everything I wanted? No. But at the same time, this is a collective decision. And for that reason, I will be supporting this. But we also have to remember that our administration is continually working hard through Mr. Dalton and his staff, and I appreciate that they'll always try to find efficiencies and savings. But at the same time, the reason why taxes are a little higher than other communities, and other communities are starting to catch up to us, and we're coming down a little bit, is because we offer a very, very high level of service in our community. And if you look at the survey that was given out, that was presented to us at the start of the budget, people value the services they get. They value their parks, their ice rinks, their pools, their parkways, their transit, their police, their fire, emergency services, their dispatch. All those things people value. And the reason why they have that level of service is because of the decisions of not only this council, but councils of the past. And of course, there's an ongoing pressure to that, but I also believe that people value that. It's easy for us to say, or it's easy for the community to say, well, why didn't they cut 5? Why did they cut 10? Why can't 10? We can't make everyone happy, but there is a very vocal, silent majority out there who value the services they get each and every day. And they also understand there's a cost. And I think we went through a process of finding efficiencies, finding savings. At the end of the day, this is what we have in front of us. And for that reason, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. When I brought forward the motion back in May to reopen the budget in the middle of a term, I knew the amount of work I was going to put on administration, and I am so amazed at the amount of work and great information that came forward from Ms. Pinkston and her department and from all the departments across the city. I also knew that we would be having a very intense and in-depth conversation. At that time, we were only just into the pandemic, and of course, it has not gone away. We know that there is still a great deal of recovery required, and we have hopes for the vaccine, but we're going to be in a difficult time for months, years ahead, and that this was necessary. And as my colleagues have said, not any one of us got everything we wanted, or everything was the way we would have liked that budget to go. But it is a group effort. It is on behalf of the residents of Lethbridge that we made these decisions. And I'm so glad that we did the process and went through this. And I am glad that we were able to bring forward the reductions that we have to the community. Certainly, I know some people would wish it was more, but KPMG are economists. Economists only look at money, and we are politicians, and we're supposed to look at the community in a broader sense than that. And so I think we have found the balance that will take care of our community through these difficult times, but also help them with their finances and keeping the taxes for businesses and for residents as low as possible. As everyone has said, thank you to everyone who is involved with this process, and looking forward to what will move ahead now. So thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'd like to just echo the sentiments of thanks that were extended, especially to CAO Dalton, who came to all of this sort of mid-preparation, mid-organization, and caught up very fast, and actually steered us in a couple of times when we needed some guidance and some understanding. And that takes a great deal of skill to come into an organization absolutely fresh, coming from a different order of government than the municipal world. And I really appreciate the work and the effort that you brought to this, Craig. Thank you very much for that. As well, again, to echo, thank you to staff, to Haley and your staff in finance, and to all the departments for the work that they did in coming forward. I wasn't going to speak, but I just want to make a comment. One of my colleagues mentioned we've got a spending issue. That's on City Council. And it's always on City Council, because City Council's job, we get paid the 10% less big bucks to make the decisions on the budget. And so when there's a spending issue, it's incumbent upon all of us to recognize that. We all do have different priorities. We all see the community through different lenses, through different lights. And it's really about coming together. Herbert Simons, a political scientist, coined the phrase satisficing. It's the combination of satisfying and sufficing. And he talks about public policy that way. And there's no greater public policy really than a municipal budget. And we have to come together and satisfice. None of us are happy. I've had a couple of colleagues mention that before. None of us are 100% happy, because things get cut, things get added. But at the end of the day, it's about presenting a budget to the community, standing behind that budget, and understanding the impact that it's going to have on service. Part of the challenge, of course, is that we all know that the community doesn't necessarily understand the difference in the different orders of government, or what sort of goods and services we provide to the community. And so it all gets mashed together. And we maybe need to do a different job at communicating the work that we do and the service that's provided, so that people do understand. I do agree with the statement that there are a lot of people out there who maybe don't provide the feedback to council in a way that we would prefer, but I do think people understand and appreciate the work that gets done here. I think I would just probably be best to say thank you to Councillor Miyashiro for his leadership through that, and to my colleagues for the fulsome debate, and I will support the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moroy.
I'm going to start off with a comment that was just made, which I have to totally agree with, and that is that the spending issue is on us. It's on City Council. Second thing I want to say is, because everybody's thanked everybody, I'm going to take the time, which I normally don't do, but I will. Nobody seems to thank the frontline people. You know, the person that's digging the hole, the person that's out there climbing the poles when it's -20. And it's these people that come to mind for me whenever I vote on a budget. Can't remember how many budgets I've done, and it seems that I hear the same comments budget after budget. You know, we start off gun-ho, we get elected, we know everybody talks about taxes being high. I'm not even going to get into that, because we all know about that. Excuse me. But this year I expected something different. We hired Mr. Bram as our previous city manager, I thought pretty much for one reason and one reason only, and that was to change the culture, change the environment, and find ways of how we stop spending. I thought he was doing a great job. I think we all thought he was doing a great job, and we were shocked when he left. Lo and behold, we find another individual in Craig. Same pretty much instructions, and Craig has done an incredible job to, I think, listen to what the community has said. He's reached out to the community, and I think he's heard what we have to say. We went so far that we spent, I don't know how much money to do the KPMG report. Like, we were, and I say the word were, all of us, were very serious about changing the culture, changing the behavior, changing entitlement, changing everything that's gone on in the city, and try and make it more of, you know what? There's people out there that don't have food on their table. And yet, here we are squawking and bitching about losing a 2% or 1% or 3%. I just don't get it. We start off really gung-ho that this is what we're going to do, and we're going to be the council that does it. And yet, again, the spending issue falls on city council. We have so much money in reserve. We didn't even talk about the BAU, budgeted, allocated, unexpended, which was in the millions of dollars. COVID started in March. We haven't really done much for 9 months of this year. I don't know if any staff has taken a serious cut or has lost their job, just like most other people out there that are now stuck, not only one member of their family losing jobs, but both husband and wife losing jobs. And yet here we are talking about a budget and how proud we are that we started off 2021 with the 3.64% increase, because we added the 1.82 from last year, from this year. And our 2022 was going to be a 1.82%. And now, in a total of a $418 million budget, we all stand here and we say, we're so proud. Look at all the work we did. We thank everybody. We thank everybody. And look it, we've gone to a 0 and a 0. Whoop-de-doo. We all know that it's very rare that property values don't go up. Go up. So I really don't believe there's going to be very many people that are going to see any difference in their taxes in the next 2 years. We haven't, in my mind, I go back to the days, and I hate to say it because I know that was a long time ago, but you know what? When I think back, my first term on council in 1995, we got thrown into the budget, and Councillor Kaufman will know because he was there, and so was Councillor Lacey, who unfortunately is no longer with us. And Dave Carpenter was the mayor. And you know what? We provided the services that a municipality needs to provide. Now, I understand times change, but in my opinion, we now are providing services that we have no businesses or no business in providing those services. But yet, we all want to be the nice guys and nice gals. And so we take these on and we take these on. And there's only one pocket to pick, and that's our residents, our taxpayers. And when people talk about grant money and money from other levels of government, you guys all know where that comes from. It's the same taxpayer. There's not 3 different me's. It comes from one pocket, my pocket. So as much as, yeah, we hashed it out for the week, number one, anybody that knows me and has followed me on council knows that I don't like the process. I think our process has a lot to, we need to change it a lot. And yeah, some are going to say, well, why don't you make suggestions? Well, I'm tired of making suggestions because any suggestion that I make is just laughed at. So I'm just going to go along with the flow. And at the end, I guess my only role is to put up my hand, whether I approve of something or not. And in this particular case here, with COVID, with KPMG doing their review, I didn't see us doing anything significant to really, really show the taxpayer that we are willing to actually take a hit. I don't think we are. I think it's status quo. And I think what we're very good at doing is we're looking good here because we're at 0 and 0, but we're passing the buck on to future councils. And that's the problem that I have. I won't support this budget for those reasons.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Okay, I'll ask Deputy Mayor Miyashiro to close.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. Once again, I just want to thank my colleagues for the great work that was put in that came up with a 0 and 0, which I don't believe in my memory I've ever seen, regardless of what some of my colleagues might say. I really do want to thank Mr. Dalton and his staff, Ms. Pinkson and her staff, the city clerk's office. I think we need to give Ryan in Chambers a big round of applause because Ryan Westerson held us together because everyone was on remotely and he was running around like a wild man because things weren't working properly. So I want to single Ryan out for the great work that he did to keep us together for that whole week. And really, there's really not a lot else to say. It's all in front of us. We've debated it. We've come up with what we set out to do. It's a 0 and 0, and that's what we're going to vote on right now. So call the question.
Okay, thank you. Question's been called. We'll do a roll call vote, please.
Councillor Parker.
Favor.
Councillor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
Favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
The motion is passed 7-2.
Okay, it's passed 7-2.
Thanks. Good job.
It's 3:35. We've been going for an hour and 50 minutes in the public session. I'm also mindful of the fact that we have 10 submissions to deal with, an official business resolution, and 14 bylaws.
Yes.
So do you want to take a break or do you want to continue?
No, let's take a break. The media wants to comment.
Okay, we'll take a break until 3:45.
Sure.
Okay, 3:45, and we'll resume then, and hopefully we'll finish before the new year. Thank you.
Thanks.
Could amend the consent
Okay, we are waiting for Councillor Miyashiro, but we do have quorum. We can move forward with the meeting. I'm going to move forward if everyone else agrees. So we're moving on to other submissions, and we'll start with 6.1. I have a submission from Acting Mayor Higgin. Healthy choices, city concessions and vending. Be it resolved that City Council accept the healthy choice initiatives and recommendations for increased healthy choices at city-operated concessions and vending as in Attachment 1. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Yes, we had in the summary here that reporting back to Council on healthy choice initiatives to be taken to the City of Lethbridge following the presentation that we received from the Healthy Communities Association of Lethbridge and area. So if there's any questions, be open for questions.
I see no questions.
Thank you. Then I will start debate. I think it's important that we obviously have healthy choices throughout our community. We heard again, going back to, it seems like forever ago, but a couple months back, we did have a presentation from this organization and the importance of having healthy alternatives within our facilities. And I think we all, or I hope we all support having those healthy choices. So with that, I'll call for the vote.
Okay, any other debate? I see none. Question's been called. All in favor? Are there any opposed? I see none. Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro, are you there? Still in with the media. Okay, thank you. 8-0. We'll move on to 6.2. I have a resolution from Councillor Kaufman, submission 6.2, amendments to the 2021 council calendar. That council adopt the 2021 council and committee meeting calendar as provided in attachment 1, which includes the following amendments. 1, audit committee. Delete April 14th and November 24th. Add March 31st and December 8th. Economic Standing Policy Committee. Delete February 17th, March 17th. Add February 10th, February 24th, March 10th, March 24th, April 7th, and April 21st. Municipal Development Plan Public Hearings. Add March 1 to 5, 4 p.m. start each day. 4, delete the second tentative FCM conference date on June 10 to 13 and move Civic Works SPC to June 8th, Audit Committee to June 9th, and Community Safety SPC on June 10th. And moves the Community Safety SPC from Friday, December the 3rd to November 23rd, and the Economic SPC from November 23rd to November 24th. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll open it to questions.
Are there questions from council? I see none.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. This is, of course, members of council will recall back in early November, we actually approved our council calendar for the 2021 year. Amendments are required, though, for these various committees, the Economic Standing Policy, Audit Committee, MDP, public hearing, as well as confirmation of FCM dates. So unless there are any opposed, I'll call the question.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed?
Yeah, Joe.
Okay, thank you. That motion carries 7-1. Move on to submission 6.3, request for authority to donate unclaimed items, Lethbridge Police Service. From Councillor Campbell, be it resolved that City Council, in accordance with Section 610 sub 1 and 610 sub 2 of the Municipal Government Act, authorize the Lethbridge Police Service to 1. Donate unclaimed items as provided in Attachment 1, and 2. Acquire unclaimed unique items for police use that would benefit police operations, investigations, or training as provided in Attachment 2. Councillor Campbell?
I will open up for any questions that people may have on this.
Councillor Crowson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm not sure if there's any members of the commission or the LPS that might be able to answer this, but I did note like they have who they want to donate to, and I think some of them have made changes over the COVID times here, so maybe are not suitable. And I was just curious if they have looked into things like that. If one of the organizations that they have set can't do it, I was just curious about that. And I also had members of the community who are curious about that. Is there anyone in the room who can answer that, or online?
My thinking is no, but is there anyone who can answer Councillor Crowson's question, largely an administrative issue? No one can answer your question, but we can refer it to LPS.
That would be great. That's just one of the things about, you've got this set. If changes are made, how are they being made? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
No, I think my question was addressed in the previous answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? I see none. On to debate.
So this is the Lethbridge Police Service technicians process over 18,000 items per year. They spend a lot of time trying to locate the owners for items that the service is not required for court or investigative purposes. And so they've been maybe forfeited to the Crown, and direction was requested regarding general donations and property disposition for police use. And so they've requested development of a policy regarding the donation of unclaimed items, and the Police Commission had a look at this policy, and it has been recommended to be forwarded to City Council for consideration. So I leave it with that. If there's any other debate, otherwise I will. Oh, I see there is a debate.
Okay, Councillor Parker.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to apologize. I was absent for that last vote. I had a child come in from school. I had an issue and I had to deal with it ASAP. So I apologize for that. I just wanted to give my apologies to my colleagues.
Okay.
Okay, well then I will ask my colleagues for the question.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that carries 8-0.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. So we'll include you as joining at 6.4. Submission 6.4 from Councillor Parker, tax penalty cancellation request for 1511 13th Street North. Be it resolved that City Council cancel tax penalties in the amount of $227.04 on 1511 13th Street North. Councillor Parker, which resolution did you pick?
This is the one in regards to the person that passed away, Mr. Mayor.
Right, and there's two choices. The one. Yeah.
This would be the waive all of it, Mr. Mayor. That would be the total of just over $200.
Right. So your resolution is to waive the penalty or to collect the funds. Okay.
To waive the penalty, Mr. As the recommendation of Mr. Laverty, sir.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
So make recommendation.
I'm sorry. So the recommendation's been moved by Councillor Parker. I second it. Questions? No questions. Okay, we'll move on to debate.
I had a question, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, go ahead, Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. I'm just curious to know with this, I know that we've had one of these in the past as far as any of these tax penalties cancellations come before council. Do we know if the mail that was sent out here, is it sent to the same address? Was it not occupied the address after the sad passing of this individual? Do we have any of that information? Would Mr. Laverty possibly be able to help me understand this?
Yep, Mr. Laverty's here, and he can maybe elaborate. The recommendation is to cancel the penalty. Mr. Laverty? Yeah.
For your worship, yes. It was a neighbor actually phoned about this individual on November 26th, and the police went to the home and found that he had passed. Unfortunately, he had passed several weeks before that, so it does appear to span the time of the penalties. We don't have an exact time of death, but there's evidence that bills stopped being paid in the middle of September, so it was undiscovered until November 26th.
Thank you for that, Mr. Laverty.
Any further questions? I see none, so we'll move on to debate. Councillor Parker to open.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, it's a sad situation, and obviously, in the information that's been submitted, this gentleman did have a good history of always paying his taxes on time, and our thoughts are with his family, and I would just ask for council to accept this resolution.
Thank you. Any further debate? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? There's none. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now move on to 6.5. Okay, I have a resolution from Councillor Carlson. 6.5, public art approval, Japanese Garden Community Facility Public Art Project. Be it resolved that City Council approves the commissioning of the recommended artwork for the Japanese Garden Community Facility as outlined in Attachment 2. Councillor Carlson. Councillor Carlson, you're muted.
Sadly, it was probably the most intelligent debate I had all day. Mr. Mayor, I'll open it up to questions. I actually have one, if I can, through you to the city manager. And I see Ms. Bracken has joined us. Did we not change the public art policy that council approves the plan and does not approve the individual artwork anymore, or is this because of a timing issue that this one has to be approved by council?
Councillor Carlson, can you hear me?
Yes.
So as you mentioned, this is a timing issue. So this was the last project initiated prior to council's changes on September 21st. So to honor the fact that it was initiated prior to the changes to process, we're going to follow the old process and request council's approval at this time.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor Spearman, for allowing me that question.
Okay. Any further questions from council? Councillor Morrow?
How much does this art project cost?
Councillor Morrow, the total cost for this is $100,000. So it's $85,000 directly to the artist through an agreement, and then $15,000 for administrative costs to prepare the site for the artwork.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? I see none. We'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I appreciate this coming forward. It's a fairly appropriate time, as I think all of my colleagues have been at Nikayuko for the Winter Light Festival, as most of the community is trying to hurriedly scramble to get tickets to. It's quite beautiful. And we've all seen the great progress made on the new facility there that I think will just be a boon to Nikayuko for generations to come. The piece of abstract art that is being proposed here, I hope I'm not mispronouncing it. I believe it's Hinode, means sunrise in Japan. I think will be an excellent addition to that. This is in funds already approved by council for public art for this space. All council is doing today is giving their blessing to proceed. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Thank you. Any other debate? Councillor Morrow? Or is that Councillor Hagan? Councillor Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman, and thank you very much for bringing this forward. I think the project would definitely be a beautiful art piece for the Nikayuko. The concern that I have is that obviously, and we sound like broken records, I think all of us, is during this time right now, it's not that this should ever happen, but in my opinion, right now, it shouldn't. It should be held off until we find out what exactly is when we get through this pandemic, etc. So it's not I'm against the project as much as I'm against having it done right now, as I consider it currently a want more than a need currently. So for that reason, I will not support it.
Any further debate? Ask the mover to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I appreciate the comments. I just want to remind council that this is not an approval for any money. At this point, the approvals were already done when we approved the project in our CIP. So this is just closing the loop on that and getting the project finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a vote by roll call, please?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question, if I may, just because it came through with a comment heard by Councillor Hagan and then the response from Councillor Carlson. If I could just ask a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, man. Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. So, to the city manager, if this was to be voted down, would there be a savings or no savings at all?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Parker, the public art is a project within the CIP, which has an approved funding amount. So if this specific project was not approved, it would just become available for other public art projects unless council directed that funding to be allocated to something else.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, if we can proceed with the vote.
Councillor Hagan?
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro?
In favor.
Mayor Spearman?
In favor.
Councillor Campbell?
In favor.
Councillor Carlson?
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman?
In favor.
Councillor Croson?
In favor.
Councillor Morrow?
Opposed?
Councillor Parker?
Opposed.
So that motion's carried 6-3.
Thank you. Move on to submission 6.6, extension on temporary changes to policy CC56, fee assistance policy. From Councillor Campbell, be it resolved that City Council extend the temporary changes to policy CC56, fee assistance policy, that were approved on August the 10th, 2020, from December the 31st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. And further be it resolved that City Council approve a change in wording to the policy to align with federal COVID COVID-19 funding programs as in attachment 2. Councillor Campbell?
This is another COVID thing. I'll open the floor to some questions if anybody has any.
There are no questions?
So due to COVID-19, the fee assistance program was not utilized from mid-March until mid-July. As facilities and programs became available again in the summer, we approved changes to the policy that allowed for more people to qualify for funding, for an increase in funding maximum per person, and for a change for eligible programs. It's all reflected as the effects of COVID-19 on the community, programming and on the lack of funding provided at that point in the year. So at this time, the program is forecast to only use approximately half of the 2020 budget, and so it's recommended that these changes be extended to June 30th, 2021.
Any questions from council? There are none.
Okay, just as also a reminder as well, a change in the eligibility criteria from CERB to CRB be approved to reflect the change in COVID-19 funding programs offered by the federal government. With that, I will ask for the vote.
Okay, thank you. Question's been called. All in favor? Are there any opposed?
Yep, Joe.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to 6.7. Lethbridge Airport enhancements, and this one is one that I'm sponsoring. Councillor Miyashiro is seconding. He's theoretically the chair, but I'm the only one here. So I will read the resolution.
I can read it out.
Okay, you can read it out. Perfect.
Moved by Mayor Spearman, Lethbridge Airport enhancement. Be it resolved that City Council approve the amended capital budget for the Lethbridge Airport enhancements consisting of terminal renovation, water service upgrade, rehabilitation of pavement and drainage for taxiway A, taxiway C, aprons 1, apron 2, and threshold 05, an upgrade to the existing airfield ground lighting infrastructure, and further be it resolved that the funding of $18.683 million for the project be broken down in the following manner. Grant from the municipal stimulus program, 11.163 million. Grant from municipal sustainability initiative, 5.62 million. Pay-as-you-go community, 0.7 million or $700,000, and subdivision surplus, $1.2 million. Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. This is part of the plan of more than $30 million, of close to $38 million in overall improvements to the airport. We recently got funding from the municipal stimulus program. That grant was announced of 11.163 from the provincial government. And also the recommendation is to allocate 5.62 from MSI, 700,000 from pay-as-you-go, and 1.2 million from subdivision surplus in order to complete the airport building renovations, which normally aren't funded by either level of government, not provincial or federal. So the 11.163 is for paving improvements and replacement of an obsolete runway lighting system, and the balance of the 18.683 million is for the terminal improvements to have the airport terminal improved to be more passenger friendly by the time full airport use returns.
Thank you. Is that you're open? Do you have questions? Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Miyashiro. Question I have for City Manager or as designate, this particular project would not move ahead without the matching grant monies, correct? So we receive money from the province as well as the ability to use MSI that's been approved as well. And if we did not use all this funding that we had received, we would lose it. Is this correct?
Mayor Spearman through to Councillor Higgin. This CIP amendment is really related to the municipal stimulus program, the $11.163 million that was recently announced and approved by the province. So this is just obtaining, it's more of an administrative process confirming the approval, given that council previously had given us direction to apply for these projects, and this is just to finalize that approval process.
Thank you. I realize that, and I thank you very much for that explanation.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you to City Manager or Designate. This is it proposes a stimulus project. I think it's being proposed for 2021. How speedily can we get on this? It's better to strike while the airport is a bit underutilized and we can get some stimulus out there. How speedily are we able to access this? Or action this?
Mr. Kelly is here to answer that question.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Yep. Yep. Mr. Kelly, will the work be done in 2021?
Absolutely.
That's a very quick answer. Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Are there any more questions? I see none. Mayor Spearman, do you want to open for debate?
Yes, this is funding that we're following through on council direction. As has been pointed out, the provincial government asked us to identify projects which could be done to provide employment and stimulate the economy. So the airport and of course the exhibition project were ones that we see as being economic catalysts going forward, and also both those projects proceeding in 2021 will hopefully provide employment in the local economy. So we hope this is just another part of that plan, and I would ask for council's support.
Any debate by council? I see none. Is that your close?
That can be my close.
Call the question. Anyone opposed? I see none. That carries unanimously.
Thank you. Next one is 6.8, Festival Square Market Plaza Funding Request. From Councillor Campbell, be it resolved that City Council approve the capital budget for a detailed design and construction of the Festival Square Market Plaza as in Attachment 1. And further, that the funding of $900,000 be broken down in the following manner. The grant, completely from the Municipal Stimulus Program, $900,000. Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Much like the previous amendment, this is mostly administrative, and we're looking to utilize the grant stimulus money of $900,000. Are there any questions?
I see none.
All right. Again, as you all council should know that it's part of designing for Festival Square, which is a pretty exciting opportunity. Again, we couldn't have done this without the municipal stimulus program of $900,000. So I ask my colleagues to support this.
Okay. Any debate? I see none. Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none.
Yes, Joe.
Okay, Joe. Thank you. 6.9, amendments to City Council committees, CC 46, policy and recordings of legislative meetings, CC 48 policy. I have a resolution from Councillor Morrow, amendments to City Council committees, CC 46 policy and CC 48 policy. Be it resolved that Council amend the City Council committees, CC 46 policy and recordings of legislative meetings, CC 48, as provided in attachments 1 and 3. Councillor Morrow?
If there's no questions or debate, I'll call for the question.
Any questions? Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
on CC 48, although it has application, I guess, to both, but we'll approach it from CC 48. I see that the desire here is to only have all the meetings in council chambers. If you look at number 5 under policy statement, though, you see that the meeting may not be recorded if it's held in an alternate location. I get not being able to record it if for unforeseen technical difficulties. But do we not have the capacity within the organization to actually, I don't want to use the word guarantee, but almost guarantee that if we have a meeting in Culver Room or some additional room, that we have the ability to actually at least record it and broadcast it later? Like, are we in a rough state? I think that question may be to the city manager or designate.
Councillor Kaufman, so right now our only capability is in the council chamber. Our game plan is to extend it to other rooms, so right now we don't. And if we do have it in another room, we'll make every attempt to record it in some capacity. But right now the only room where we have the technology is the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Sarsfield. So, but the technology is the technology that exists in the council chamber. We have no additional technologies or opportunities for other forms of technology to even just record a meeting.
So it depends on really what your definition is. So if we do live stream, right now it is only the council chamber. We can record, it'd be an audio recording in other rooms, but we have looked at the technology in other rooms, and right now we don't have that available other than council chamber.
Okay, thank you. The context for me around the recordings of the meetings is not necessarily for live broadcast. This is a great service we offer to the community to do it on a 30-second delay at least. But to be able to record a meeting for future posting. So I guess I'm coming at this from the ability to at least record meetings for future reference for the community.
Yeah. So we will make every attempt where possible to record, and just at this point we cannot guarantee it will be successful depending on the room and the technology available at that time.
Okay, thank you. I did have a second question and I can't see it here in my notes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Thank you. Any other questions from councillors? I see none. We'll move on to debate. Councillor Morrow?
Question.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none. Thank you. Okay, 6.10, amendments to terms of reference for committees, from Councillor Kaufman. Be it resolved that the Community Design Committee and the Heart of the City Committee's terms of reference be amended to include, in the event the committee is required to report to council, the committee will report to the Civics Works Standing Policy Committee. 2, the Ambulance Transition Oversight Committee, the Animal Welfare Committee, and the Task Force on Crime Reductions Committee terms of reference be amended to include, in the event the committee is required to report to council, the committee will report to the Community Safety Standing Policy Committee. 3, the Historic Place Advisory Committee, the Performing Arts Center Steering Committee, the Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee, and the Youth Advisory Council's terms of reference be amended to include, in the event the committee is required to report to council, the committee will report to the Cultural and Social Standing Policy Committee. And the Airport Committee and Economic Development Lethbridge's terms of reference be amended to include, in the event the committee is required to report to council, the committee will report to the Economic Standing Policy Committee. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I see questions.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you to the mover or his designate. um, I understand these amendments as they're presented. Will there be further amendments? I know that when the SPCs were considered, it was that many of these subcommittees, so to speak, now that report to them would lose their council representation, or is that something that will follow further, or is council still contemplating sitting on all of these subcommittees?
Okay, Mr. Sarsfield will provide some information.
Thank you.
So at the November 2nd organizational meeting, council made a decision on which committees, boards, commissions, and committees that they will be appointed to. And as you mentioned, there are some which they will no longer serve on. That's being communicated to the various boards. We will be following up with amending the terms of reference. But in the meantime, we wanted to implement the standing policy committee structure. And that's the purpose of this particular amendment. So yes, the terms of reference for all these committees will come again to council in some form.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Any further questions? I see none. We'll move on to debate. Please open, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Mr. Sarsfield actually did a wonderful job of opening for me. I appreciate that. I think the one caveat to keep in mind is that City Council, of course, has the ultimate jurisdiction to determine whether or not we wanted to establish an ad hoc committee or through these SPCs. I think they've got the ability to do the same. Council can also, if it so desires in the future, go back on that. Go back in this decision, change the decision for specific committees if there's a desire or a need for us to have representation on them. But this is what is being proposed in terms of direction, and I would ask my colleagues for support.
Okay, I'll take that as your opening for debate. Any further debate? I see none. Will that also be your close?
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Or any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. We're now going to move on to official business. I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, Rent Subsidy Program for 2021. Whereas the recent COVID-19 provincial restrictions will result in layoffs and employment termination, and whereas the types of businesses most affected by the restrictions predominantly employ entry-level employees, and whereas these employees are more likely to rent rather than own their own accommodation, and whereas the inability to pay rent will have a negative impact on the ability of landlords to make mortgage payments, and whereas landlord mortgage defaults could have an adverse effect on the city's ability to collect property tax, and whereas the City of Lethbridge Municipal Housing Strategy identified the rental market in 2016 to be over 30% of all dwellings, and whereas the City of Lethbridge currently provides $252,000 annually in funding through the Housing Rent Supplement Program, therefore be it resolved that Council allocate an additional $500,000 from the MRSR to the Housing Rent Supplement Program as one-time funding in 2021. And further be it resolved that that Community and Social Development disperse these funds equitably among housing organizations that deal with residential rate subsidies. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As we know that the latest shutdowns will adversely affect many businesses and individuals. Talked to a friend of mine the other day who had to lay off like 40 people, which he really didn't want to do, but had no other choice. And that's going to have a trickle-down effect on how people function in our community. There is one thing that I would like to do. I would like to take out in the first operative clause where it says Housing Rent Supplement Program. I want to take out program, and I'll tell you why. So there is an existing rent supplement program, and there are lots of conditions attached to that, and certain things that it. One of the things that it's based solely upon is affordability of rent. But I think we need to look at something more holistically with this money. That is, it's a rent supplement, but it's also related to people's ability to pay. So if they can't pay rent, or if they're paying rent and they have to go without food, it still really doesn't help us. If they're paying their rent and they don't have any other money left to buy anything else, that will affect our economy as well. So I'd like to take a program in that clause and have CSD work with housing organizations that deal with rent subsidies to come up with a way that we can get this money out to people on a temporary basis, um, and help people out as much as we can over at least for the first part of 2021. So that's my opening.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you to the mover for bringing this forward. I think you may have answered a bit of my question in the change you're making.
Right.
Because my question was around how backlogged is our rent supplement program right now? Will this have full take up? Is it enough? Is it going to be spent? That was,
Well,
but if it now is being contemplated to be used for other necessities for folks struggling, that
Yeah.
may answer my question.
Yeah, so I think what we have to determine, or administration working with housing organizations need to determine, is how is not having a job affecting not just your ability to pay your rent, but how is it affecting your life? And if we can help you pay your rent, does that help you pay for groceries? Does it help you pay for diapers for your children? Does that help you pay for other necessities of life? And we'll do it in terms of housing because it's a little simpler to determine. But I do believe that there are people out there that are going to need this money, and they're going to need it in the next little while.
And thank you. Then, as a supplemental to that, will there be some sort of policy or program developed that council can monitor to make sure it's having the right impact?
Yeah. So what once this, if council approves this and it goes to the CSD, and we can ask city manager about this, so the CSD is going to have to work with these organizations to determine how they're going to disperse the funds. We can ask for a report back in 6 months to see what's happened. If you like that we get a report back from CSD in 6 months.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. I do have a question, perhaps for the mover, perhaps it's for the city manager. Currently, there's $250,000 provided. The motion suggests adding another $500,000. Do we anticipate that this would be reaching more people, which is, I believe, what the intent of the resolution is? And do we anticipate that there would be an additional administrative burden in order to administer this program? So I guess to the mover, the intent is to reach more people.
Right.
And to the city manager, administratively, is what's being proposed in this resolution manageable?
We would have some. We've reached out initially to through CSD to a housing provider that manages the majority of the rent supplement funding, both from the province and from the city. I think we'd have to look specifically at the population that this resolution refers to, which is different than the population that normally benefits from rent supplements. Most of the folks that benefit from the various rent supplement programs are longer-term clients and therefore need consistent base budget funding, if you will, or ongoing funding. This resolution seems to point more uniquely to those affected by COVID and the recent restrictions. And so we would have to do some work with our housing providers to try and get a sense for how many people might fall into this category. And I think we just have to watch over the next number of weeks to see. And then eventually, yes, we would have to develop some type of a program with criteria for consideration by council, and we would need to monitor it, I would suggest, and report back from there.
Thank you. Any further questions from council?
Councillor Crowson.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I want to follow up with the city manager on his response. So you said that the money that, if we approve this, would be slightly different than the 252,000, the audience that gets that. But if we approve this, could that 252,000 then be extended longer for the group that is routinely getting that money? So would we be helping in effect both of those groups if we approve this?
So the current eligibility for rent supplement is gross household income of 30% for affordability for housing. So would this be exactly the same thing? Well, not necessarily, because if their income is, well, it could be still, but we're also looking at things like overall financial sustainability for people. Do they have other kind of payments they're making? Do they have loans that they're paying? That if they're in default and they lose their car, what does that do to people's ability to get back in the workforce once this is over? So I think this takes a little bit a different tack, and like the city manager said, it might look a little bit different, which is okay, because I think the purpose is a bit different than a long-term assistance for rent.
My apologies, I don't think I was very concise in my question. My question isn't, I understand that these have two different purposes, what you're proposing now and the other one, but there might be some people who are getting the 252,000 who could then get the 500,000, which would mean the 252,000 could be extended longer for the group that would still be getting that rent subsidy. That's what I'm looking for.
Right.
Would that, so in effect, we'd be helping both groups if we approve this for the other audience.
I can add that. So my understanding, Councillor Crowson, thanks for the question, is the pot of money that typically flows through the city or that the city provides for rent supplements, again, is for typically for long-term clients. And so the feedback we received was that the individuals that Councillor Miashir was identified in this resolution typically do not seem to apply for the typical rent supplements programs, because they're not designed for this type of short-term emergency need, and or based on the criteria that's established and the fact that it's a finite pot of money, those folks sort of never rise to the top of the list, if you will. I think when I read this resolution, I see something that although it's couched in rent supplement language, it almost appears to be an emergency COVID benefit of some sort. And so I think what we need to do, just following on to your comments, Councillor Miashir, was we need to, as an administration, have a look at what this program might look like, what the criteria might look like, how it may or may not be affecting individuals who would be eligible for the Canada Recovery Benefit, and whether or not this would simply be clawed back out of that. So we'd have some work to do, and my recommendation would be that we'd go away and look at how best to apply that 500,000 given the circumstances we're in, with a better understanding of what the needs of some people might be.
Okay. I'll circle back around to where I'm trying to get. Will the 252,000 that is approved for the program that's in place, will that last as long as we need it to this year, or will we run out of that one?
My understanding is that we're in good shape with that this year, and we've received some additional funding through the Reaching Home program, and we expect to receive more as a result of the focus on helping folks out through COVID. So the sense that I've received is that we're not concerned about that at the moment, that we seem to be doing well in that program.
So if we put all of our eggs into one basket for COVID recovery, we'd still be fine with the other rent subsidy program.
Yes, and the other concern with the other rent subsidy program is again, given the individuals, the clientele that take advantage of that program or that seek that program, we really need that to be sustained funding.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you, if I can, to the city manager again. Mr. Dalton, my question was going to be, how are you going to, if this gets passed, how are you going to implement, monitor, administer, and report back to council I thought perhaps what I heard you say was that you could go away and I guess build a program to achieve what Councillor or Deputy Mayor Miyashiro is trying to affect here. Is that what I heard you saying?
We would have to go through that process. That work hasn't been done, so yes.
Okay, how long would that process take? Do you think? Ballpark.
Yeah, I would say weeks to understand what some of the parameters might be. I think it would also take some time, though, to understand the impact of these recent restrictions. Again, the reason behind this resolution, and as Councillor Miyashiro said, get an understanding for what the need is, because we really don't have that established clearly at the moment.
Okay, thank you on that. To the mover then, is it best to proceed with this resolution right now or to refer it to administration?
No. We approve the money
okay.
now, and then administration builds a program. I wouldn't even suggest they have to come back to council. I would suggest that once we approve the money and we've said pretty much what it's for, if the city manager wants to explain to us what it's for, that's fine. But I wouldn't expect it to have to be approved by council before we implement it.
Okay,
we're approving the money, not necessarily the program right now. Because if we want to get this money out as quickly as possible, the CSD and the city administration comes up with a way that they're going to work with the housing bodies to get this money out, and then we can just be informed of how that's going to work. I don't think once we approve the money that we need to approve the program as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Okay, we'll move on to debate.
I'll leave that to my colleagues to start. Thank you.
Mayor Spearman.
Go ahead.
If I could just ask for some clarity, I thought the mover had changed the resolution somewhat or had mentioned some changes, but I'm not clear on what those were.
Yeah, I just wanted it to be clear that that first operative clause where it says housing rent supplement program, if we could take out program, because it's not the same program, right? So so it's, you take out additional, so we allocate $500,000 from MRSR to a housing rent supplement, for housing rent supplement. Because there's the housing rent supplement program has parameters that are established in policy that they would have to follow if we're going to give it to that program.
Agreed. But I didn't see that reflected in the resolution as it was reading, so I wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page. And maybe while that's being wordsmithed, further to that, the final operative clause, it says disperse these funds equitably among housing organizations that deal with rent subsidies. Is that going to catch everyone? Are there maybe private landlords that may want to access this? Are there other organizations? I don't want to be too restrictive and not have people fall through the cracks.
That's an administrative issue. We're not the housing experts here. We need to get the money available. My opinion, we need to get the money available, and then council can, or administration can do what they need to do to help people.
Okay, maybe I'll ask the question to the city manager. Mr. Dalton, is this clear to you what is trying to be achieved, and is this enough to achieve that end?
I think we would need to, there are a number of questions that would need to be looked at here, as I mentioned earlier, how this, again, once we understand the individuals that are impacted, that are behind the intent of this resolution, we need to understand what the need was. We'd also need to understand what the implications might be from a Canada recovery benefit, and make sure that this would be, once we understand those needs, that this would be framed in a way to actually support those individuals. And I do think in this case, because it's not simply a rent supplement program, that at some point it would be good to return to council, and even for information, brief council on how best to allocate this funding if council decides to allocate it, and also speak to outcomes and measures. When I read it and listen to the debate, what I would see us do if this was the will of council would be to go look very broadly at what the impact of these recent restrictions are on those who are affected by the closure of certain businesses in certain sectors of the economy, and look at, again, what their needs are and how best we might support them. And that's probably the best I can do right now. We've gone away and done as much as we can looking at this from a rent supplement perspective. And that's probably all I can add at the moment.
So I guess back to the mover, would it make sense to approve the funds so that they are reserved in the MRSR, and further direct administration to design, implement, monitor, administer, and report back to council on how they will achieve the goals outlined in the OBR?
Certainly, but the last clause also states that they need to disperse them equitably. So if they just take this money and just don't hand it out without any purpose, they would be derelict in their duties as well. There's some unwritten things, unless you want it explicit, that there's no city department is if we give money like this, they're just going to hand it out without understanding why they're doing it. And the city manager already said that they need to figure out exactly the impact they're going to have on individuals if they give them this some of this money, right? I mean, if you want to add in what you just said, feel free.
I will step out of the queue and contemplate.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Is this question or debate?
These are questions. Do you have a question?
No, we should actually be in debate.
No.
Okay. We can move to debate. Okay.
And I already left it for my colleagues to open debate.
Okay. Normally the opener or the mover opens, but.
Right, but I did already said, and Councillor Carlson wanted a question for clarification. That's where that question came in. So I already said that I would leave the debate opening to my colleagues.
Debate? Anyone wish to debate? Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you to the mover for bringing this forward. I think the intention is great. The problem I have is that I would like to have a plan before giving out the money, not give out the money and then get a plan. The money, as we've seen, is coming from MRSR. It's for 1 year. And struggle I have with that, again, it still comes back to taxation. If we had a plan, I can see that it, would work with this particular initiative that you're speaking, but we don't even have a plan. Currently, there's programs out there. There's for those that are laid off, lose their position, lose their jobs, etc. With CERB plus is additional if they have children, an extra $500 monthly per child. There's government programs that are dealing with this. Had we come forward in March or April or May, this program ended or stopped taking intake in November of 2020, and October 25th is actually when it ended. It is going to start again early next year. And by the time we get through legal, etc., we're going to be right into when we're able to use this the funding that is currently available. Again, if it came forward a little sooner, I would understand it better. But currently, there are programs out there, and fortunately, the federal government has offered those as help to those that are in need. And so for that reason, I will not support.
Councillor Parker?
Sorry, I appreciate the thought process behind what's being brought forward here, but we're filling in a gap for another level of government. And I'm concerned by us doing this, we send a message to other levels of government that the city is going to be there to backstop when they're not there. Even though it's good intention of this resolution, I don't think it's the proper use of the MRSR, and for that reason, I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing this forward. I appreciate and understand the concerns brought forward by my colleagues prior about no plan going ahead and about, is this our role? But I'm also very cognizant of the fact that this is our last meeting for a month. And if we want something done, we're not meeting again until January 12th, and that's a huge gap. That is 4 weeks over Christmas, over New Year's, etc., that we couldn't move forward on something unless we make a decision today. I'm also seeing this as well. It is $500,000. Anything we do like this is up to $500,000. Administration is certainly intelligent enough and good at their job, but they would understand that as they're looking at programs, they'd come back to us and say, you know what, the need in the community is only $200,000 worth, so that's all we spent. They're not going to spend needlessly on this. And the other thing we know, we sat on recovery together for months, all of us on council, and we know that recovery must support businesses, residential, homeowners, renters. Throughout all of this, renters has been one of the groups that I don't think we have done much for. And so this is reaching out in a way that supports that group and ensures that, if they've lost their job, if they're struggling, that there is support for them there. And I'm not just basing that need for this on my own concept. This is one of the issues, this program for rent subsidy is one of the things I've heard from many people who work in this industry, many people who work with people in poverty. I have heard from many that there is a definite need here. And so I will support this. Again, like my colleagues, I would prefer a plan in front of us. I better understand it, but I also trust and respect our administration. And I believe that they will create a program. They will look at what the feds and the province have done and ensure that this will support those. They have heard what has been said here today, so I will have faith in that. And as I've said many times, we underfund social programs. That's particularly galling to me that we underfund social programs during a recession and pandemic, so I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Is it appropriate to move an amendment at this point?
Any councillor can make an amendment.
I'd like to add a further be it resolved then as a proposed amendment, see if it catches any fire. Further be it resolved that the city manager develop, implement, monitor, administer, and report back to council on a program or plan to achieve the goals identified above.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we will debate the amendment. You can speak to the amendment if you would like to, Councillor Carlson.
Sure. I think Ryan is typing fast, so I'll finish. I'll read it again, Ryan. I think it's Ryan who's typing, or David. It was CM to develop, implement, monitor, administer, and report back to council on a program/plan, because I don't know which he's going to come up with, to achieve the goals identified above. I think that's got it. Your Worship, the reason for presenting this amendment is because I think I join my colleagues and I don't like just approving money without knowing where it's going to go, or even how it's going to be effective, or at least finding out if we are effective, and maybe we should double it, half it, whatever you need to achieve the goals in our community. I just believe it's appropriate to have a plan, but to give the city manager the leeway to achieve the goals as identified.
Okay, so city manager is fine with that. Any concerns, Mr. Dalton?
No, I'd just like to highlight that there are not clear goals in the OBR. So that's good direction for us. We can take that and run with it. I just want to highlight the fact that there are no clear goals we're going to design a program or a plan against. Based on the conversation today, I think we're being directed to go ahead and understand the impact of these recent restrictions on the individuals mentioned that may be impacted in the OBR, and to develop a response to meet those needs. That's what I'm hearing, but there are no goals set out in that OBR, and that last amendment speaks to achieve the goals identified. We're good with that. I just wanted to make that point.
And thank you, Mr. Dalton. You caught me out of my vagueness in my rush to craft a resolution. But I think you've heard the debate. I think you understand the intent of Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, and so I'm hopeful that's enough.
Okay, so now we've had the introduction on the amendment. Are there any questions on the amendment? I see Councillor Higgins or Deputy Acting Mayor Higgins' hand in the air. Is that for questions or debate? Okay.
No, sorry, that should have been taken down. My bad.
Okay, thank you. I see no questions, so we'll move directly on to debate. Councillor Carlson?
I have nothing further unless there's other debate. I'll call for the vote.
Any debate on the amendment? Okay, there is none. All in favor of the amendment? Are any opposed?
Blaine.
Ryan.
Anybody else?
Joe.
Okay. Okay, Blaine, Ryan, and Joe. Let's do a roll call just to confirm.
This is the vote on the amendment.
Yes.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
Opposed?
Councillor Higgin.
Opposed.
So the amendment's carried 6-3.
Okay, so now we're back to the main motion as amended. And we were in debate, so we'll continue with debate. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will be supporting this motion. It is a lot of money, but I know that in our community there's a lot of need right now. I belong to an online group. It's the Lethbridge COVID support group, and I don't hear a lot of folks saying, "I missed rent, help me." I do hear a lot of people saying, "I paid my rent, help me." We know folks are struggling. Many of us, I think some of my colleagues are part of that group too. We run around, deliver groceries to people, and we make sure they can get places. We do what we can. It may not be the city's place. It may be other order of government, and we need to do better work on holding other orders of government accountable to looking after their citizens. They're not just our citizens. But folks are struggling right now. I believe over this next month, more folks are going to be struggling. I do appreciate the mover allowing me to amend it, so at least council sees a plan and sees the results of that plan, and it may spur us to even further or better actions. But right now, I think you're right. Our community is struggling. I appreciate you recognizing that struggle and bringing it forward a solution. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Higgin?
I can debate again, correct, since it's been changed, is that right?
Pardon? We are in
I
debate,
can-
yes, we are in debate.
Yeah, sorry, I debated prior to the change, so I didn't know if I was able to debate again. But no, I just hearing some of the comments. This is for rent. There's food banks. There's other things that cover what other issues we have in the community. This is for rent, and I think we're veering off to help with other things. And I belong to a similar group that Councillor Carlson had mentioned, and we need to understand this resolution is for rent. It is not for anything else, from the way that I read it. And so, in light of this coming for 1 year, once this is in for 1 year, MRSR, what happens with those rent people after? Does this become a line item? Do we start to bring funding from municipally rather than from the provincial or federal government, for that matter? And then we're down having another line item in our municipal budget, or kicking people out at the end of next year. We need to follow the programs that are in place, and they're in place for the right reason. We're stepping outside of our jurisdiction, and I've heard Councillor Parker say this numerous times before, and I agree. This isn't for us to be dipping into, and I strongly believe that we need to follow the process of what's in place. There's programs there, and for that reason, I will not support this.
Thank you. Anyone else? I will be supporting it. I know some of the larger municipalities are supporting it. We have high rates of poverty in our city. We have people who are struggling to pay their rent. I think housing is one of the basic things, and we need to make sure that people are supported. And we recognize also that the landlords are being challenged. There are people who have invested. They will struggle to pay their mortgages if their renters can't pay their rent, and any assistance would be welcome. These are unusual times. We've never seen a situation like this. I think it's incumbent on us to reach out and help where we can. So I will be supporting this resolution. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and you just actually captured the second half of my comment about reaching out and needing to support the community. I do agree with previous speakers that have talked about the fact that the moment we take it on, the province may step away from it. The reality is this is a problem because the federal and provincial governments haven't stepped up. We have COVID as an overlay on top of poverty and struggling wages, a number of issues in our community. And the reality is the need is there. And we can get into that game of whose responsibility is it. And I can certainly point to sections 91 and 92 of the Constitution and tell you whose responsibility is. The reality is it's not being done, and it's needed in our community. It's a one-year project. The next council can look at that and make the determination whether or not it should be ongoing. Hopefully we're through COVID with the vaccines, and people have learned to live in whatever the new normal will look like. But for now, we've got to help people get through the here and now and make it to tomorrow. If other governments aren't doing it, the reality is it needs to be done for our community. We have to demonstrate that kind of compassion. We've got the capacity to do it, so I will support the motion.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll ask the mover to close.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman, and thank you to my colleagues for your comments. We're a group around the horseshoe that's pretty privileged compared to a lot of people in our community. And we need to look at what people other than us might need. We need to look at how the people that are barely getting by need support so they actually can get by, and so they can strive and they can succeed rather than just exist. There is no support. Councillor Goffin hit it on the head. There's no support right now from the federal government or the provincial government for rent subsidies for the purpose that this is for. One of my colleagues said something about, well, this is for rent. Well, yeah, so if we help people with rent, they're going to be able to eat, and they're going to be able to buy clothes, and they're going to be able to get things for their kids. It's not a matter of they can go to this agency or that agency. This this helps people get a hand up. And we need to recognize that as City Council, that this is a really good use of money. This is a really great use for us to bring people up, and for us not to keep people down, and for us to help our community move ahead and get through COVID. And this is one of the ways that we can actually affect a huge change. We need to do this. I'm hoping my colleagues support this, so administration can go away and say, here, this is the program that we want to implement. This is how we're going to help people. And then hopefully throughout the next year, those people will be helped and their lives will improve as a result of a decision we make today. Call the question.
Question's been called. I'll ask our city clerk to do a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Spearman?
In favor.
Councillor Campbell?
In favor.
Councillor Carlson?
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman?
In favor.
Councillor Croson? Sorry, can you?
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Morrow?
Opposed.
Councillor Parker?
Opposed.
Councillor Higgin?
Opposed.
Councillor Mayashiro?
In favor.
Main motion as amended is carried 6-3.
Thank you. We'll now move on to bylaws. Okay, the first 8.1.1 bylaw 6256, an amendment to amend procedure bylaw 5411 from Councillor Croson. Be it resolved that bylaw 6256 and bylaw to amend procedure bylaw 5411 be given second reading. And before we move to voting on second reading, there is also an amendment from Councillor Croson. Amendment to bylaw 6256, 8.1.1a. Be it resolved that bylaw 6256, a bylaw to amend procedure bylaw 5411, be amended by inserting a new clause, 14.6, as follows, or 14 sub 6. 14 sub 6, notwithstanding anything contained in subsections 1 to 5, any matter that is subject to a regulatory or approval process, such as a permit or license application, or that requires a public hearing, will not be brought forward to a standing policy committee. Councillor Croson, would you like to speak to the amendment?
I think I will just let it stand as it is unless there are any questions from my colleagues.
Okay, it looks fairly self-evident. Councillor Carlson?
My question isn't on the amendment, sorry, it's on the entire
Okay,
bylaw.
so any questions on the amendment? I see none. Can we have a vote on the amendment, please? So, Councillor, I think there's no questions, so just no debate. All in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? Okay, the amendment is approved unanimously. Okay, so now we're back to questions on the main motion as amended. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Croson. When I saw the procedure bylaw coming up, I got all excited. These are basically amendments for our SPCs, correct?
Yes, we've been amending. Yeah, we've been amending this bylaw throughout the year at different times to keep in developing with the governance review. And so this is a few more changes. I know you were probably excited because you were hoping the new procedure bylaw was being brought forward, and that is still being worked on, but this is amendments to the old procedure bylaw.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ensure it was still in progress. Will it be referred to the new governance SPC then to finalize? I know you and Councillor Kaufman, I believe, had been working steadily on it.
Oh, Councillor Carlson, you're just proving you didn't read my OEG report earlier in the agenda.
Sorry.
because that was one of the things referred to the governance SPC from OEG.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I see none. So we'll, do I have to say as amended now?
Yeah, so just say the second reading, vote on, just to give second reading to the bylaw as amended.
Okay, we're now going to give second reading to the bylaw as amended, a bylaw to amend procedure bylaw 5411. Councillor Croson?
As I mentioned, the changes being made in here are all part of the governance review and the moving to the SPCs. It also reflects the new 7-day publication for the agenda, so that there's a longer time period for the public to read, question, and interact with the agenda, as well as for ourselves. There are some changes being made in here to Municipal Planning Commission, to Animal Welfare, to Performing Arts. Both Animal Welfare and Performing Arts are becoming administrative committees and no longer will have council representative. And the one document that I hope everyone had a chance to look at is the procedure bylaw comparison, which outlaws any of the changes being suggested and the rationale behind them. And so unless there's any questions or debate, I will call, I see a hand is up, so I'm not sure if that's a question or debate.
Okay, Acting Mayor Higgin?
Is this debate or questions?
Which one do you have?
You want.
I think that Councillor Croson opened up with her debate, from what I understand, right?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. So mine is debate. I do like this this bylaw, and the issue I have with it is there's just one part of it. I do like the extended time that we have, and that's extremely important. We've talked about this before. The standing policy committees really like that. My concern is on the meeting days, and the reason I have that concern is when we were elected, it was brought to the attention that we would be meeting on Mondays. If somebody has something, a different day that, or if the Monday does not work for certain people, this makes it difficult to change midstream, I guess. And I think that is something, and when we put the dates down as far as the calendar of when we're meeting on the Tuesdays, that's something that should be, brought forward prior to a council being elected, so they know what the dates are for that term. And so I like 99.9% of this. That's I have the issue with, and because I know that it'll be a problem for myself, and so for that reason, I just at this time cannot support it.
May I respond to that? Because I know it was debate, but it also seemed to be a question in there. Deputy City Clerk, may I respond to that as a question?
Sure, if there's no objection.
The calendar has been amended to Tuesday council meetings, and that has already been approved by council. That was a resolution earlier when we actually changed the calendar there. And one of the things that the governance SPC will be working on is the orientation for the new council, whomever is elected in October. And this calendar that has been approved by this council will be part of the orientation so that they're aware of it. So anyone who is thinking of running for election in October would be informed of what changes have been made and of how the SPCs are, etc. Of course, that new council could make whatever changes they want. But if all of this is approved, they would be made aware. So this bylaw change is actually reflecting things we've already approved through the SPC structure.
Okay, any further? We were in debate, but that was helpful for clarification. And nominations can happen as early as the first day after January the 1st. So having this in place would provide clarity for people thinking of running for council. Okay, any further debate? I see none. Councillor Croson, would you like to close?
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed?
Glenn.
Yeah, Joe.
Okay, Councillor Morrow and Councillor Higgin. Anybody else? Okay, 7-2. Third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6256, a bylaw to amend procedure bylaw 5411 as amended, be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Crowson?
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed?
Blaine.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Higgin and Councillor Morrow, 7-2. Okay, we're now at 8.1.2. I have a resolution from Councillor Parker for bylaw 6203, a bylaw of the City of Lethbridge to establish a code of conduct for citizen members, appointed to boards, commissions, and committees. For second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6203, a bylaw of the City of Lethbridge to establish a code of conduct for citizen members appointed to boards, commissions, and committees, be given second reading. Councillor Parker?
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. My question to I do have a question before I get into debate, and this is to probably one of my colleagues or my colleagues on OEG. Why isn't the rest of the information, the recommendations here? It's only 1 and 2, but there's something in regards gifting as well as conflict of interest. Does that have to be a separate, or shouldn't that be part of this? So when I go through the rationale regarding the stuff that was given to us, it has all the other stuff as well, but it's not here in writing in front of us.
I believe I
missed?
I believe I can answer that, Councillor Parker.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Councillor Crowson, could you please answer?
She's stuck in space.
Yeah, I think she froze up.
Okay. Belinda, we lost you there.
With regard to your other question, that is already covered in another policy. So anybody who had questions would be referred to the other policy. So that's why only those two were being brought forward, because only those two would have to be, or would be recommended by OG at this point. The other one, like I said, the gifts could be debated by council or accepted as it's written. And the other one is already covered under another policy.
Okay, so Councillor Crowson, sorry, you cut out on us there. So you answered the question in regards to the fourth one, but the third one, what was your answer? Because you did lock out on us there.
I apologize.
No
my
problem.
neighbors they must all be home using their Wi-Fi now. The reason that there is nothing recommended regards to gifts is we could not come to a consensus at OEG. So that
And I remember that. Weren't we going to talk to our colleagues at this meeting, or were we going to talk to them at a future meeting about that?
No, we said that we could not bring a recommendation forward. So we were going to just let them know that there was no recommendation from OEG, and that any member of council could bring forward an amendment to debate it at council, but that OEG was not bringing forward a recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I knew we had that discussion, but I saw that with the attachment, it looked like it was a recommendation as well. Thank you for that clarification. Unless other members of council have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, what we have is an amendment from Councillor Crowson. So she will be amending the bylaw if this amendment passes. So it's in writing. Be it resolved that bylaw 6203, a bylaw of the City of Lethbridge to establish a code of conduct for citizen members appointed to boards, commissions, and committees be amended prior to second reading as follows. Amend the reference in section 2.9 from the Lethbridge Public Library Board to the City of Lethbridge Library Board, and amend the reference in section 4.2.2 from the Chief Administrative Officer for the Galt Museum and Archives to the Chief Executive Officer of the Galt Museum and Archives and Fort Whoopop Interpretive Center. So these appear to be housekeeping issues, correcting the names of the organizations. Councillor Crowson, can you confirm?
Yeah, essentially they are housekeeping. This bylaw was sent out to the various boards, commissions, and committees, and those two recognized that there was misidentification of their names, and so they requested that they be clarified and correctly put into the bylaw. So you're right, just housekeeping so that the proper names are in the bylaw.
Okay, are there any questions from council? Councillor Carlson?
Not on the amendment, sorry.
Okay,
Mayor
thank
Spearman.
you. Okay, on to debate on the amendment. You've heard its housekeeping. All in favor? Any opposed? So the amendment carries unanimously. Back to the amended motion, Councillor Parker.
I do believe Councillor Carlson now had a question. Did you, Councillor Carlson?
Actually, Your Worship, if I can, I had an amendment, if I can.
Okay, go ahead. Do you have tell us the amendment and let us know if you've got a seconder.
Certainly. We'll see. I'd like to amend 6203 by deleting 8.2 as worded and replacing it with paragraphs 1, 3, and 4 from the Council Code of Conduct Gifts and Benefits section. And I'm sorry, I should have sent that in.
So this is a code of conduct for citizen members, not councillors, right? But you want to include the council code of conduct wording for this group?
For this, the gifts and benefits section, which begins with members shall not accept gifts, hospitality, or other benefits, and ends with any gift or benefit that exceeds $250 in value must be disclosed annually, but not adding about the gifts received by a member on behalf of the city. I don't think that's appropriate for there, but
Okay. Do you have a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so we have an amendment before us. Councillor Carlson, do you want to explain?
Thank you. I just think it adds clarity. I thought some of the, when we talked to some of our boards and commissions, they wanted clarity on that. The paragraph that's currently there about must not accept a gift or a benefit that's connected directly to your duties seemed rather vague. If there was a volunteer appreciation night or a dinner event, that could be construed to be a gift or benefit. I think the wording that council policy has is very explicit and should provide guidance that it's basically things outside of those normal functions.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions on the amendment? I see none. Debate? Any debate on the amendment? I see none. I'll ask the mover to close.
Thank you. I think I've explained my thought process. I think this, as council reads it in our code of conduct, is very explicit, and I think it'll be very helpful to members of our boards and commissions, etc., if they have a bit more explicit guidance. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay. All in favor? Are any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, so we're back to the motion as amended. The original amended twice. Councillor Parker.
Am I closing, Mr. Mayor? I'll complete my closing until after I hear everyone's
Okay.
debate. I don't think there's any other debate I see, so.
Anybody else want to speak to second reading? I see no one. I'll ask Councillor Parker to close.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank the members of OEG who put a lot of work and time into this. I want to thank Councillor Coffin, Councillor Croston, Councillor Carlson. I also want to put past members as well as Councillor Campbell. They put a lot of hard work into a lot of things on OEG, and actually, technically, OEG does come to an end at the end of this calendar year. So I want to thank them for these recommendations, but all the hard work, for all the recommendations that have come forward over the last few years, because it's nice to see all the hard work has come to fruition and a lot of it's being executed on. So I just ask for council support on and thank them for their past work as well. Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. And for third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6203 as amended, a bylaw of the City of Lethbridge to establish a code of conduct for citizen members appointed to boards, commissions, and committees, be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Parker?
Question, Mr. Mayor?
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none. Thank you. We'll move on to 8.1.3. Have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, bylaw 6258, a bylaw to amend election bylaw 5803. For second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6258, an bylaw to amend election bylaw 5803 be given second reading. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So the Election Act was changed for the upcoming year for municipal elections. The important thing to remember is the start of nomination period will be now January 1st, as opposed to a month before prior. So the nomination period is January 1st to September 20th. Election day, as we know, will be October 18th. And there are a number of changes to the legislation, which I'm not going to go over. And if there's any questions, Mr. Sarsfield will be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Mr. Sarsfield, I see that there are a number of changes that actually are being moved from ministerial order under our jurisdiction. Will there be a report coming forward? So, for example, if you look at voting station locations, will there be something coming forward to council reporting on what direction the clerk's office will be taking on those?
So in terms of the voting stations, we haven't confirmed where those voting stations are. And yes, we'll be reporting back to council on where those voting stations will be. Last election, we had 14 of them, and until we confirm them, I can't tell you where they will be.
Thank you. In terms of advanced votes, based on the commentary here, we're not going to see any change to that in terms of special requirements or anything of that nature, correct?
Correct. We're going to have the same or more number of advance votes as we had in the last election. But again, it's too early to confirm where those locations, dates, and times will be. So the purpose of this particular amendment to the bylaw is just to reflect the change in legislation where the city of Lethbridge, being a population greater than 5,000, is required to hold advance votes. It's no longer a may clause.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Okay, anything else? Any other questions? Councillor Hagan?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question for City Clerk on 77.1 mail-in votes. Can you explain a little bit about this and what the idea is with that going forward?
Sure. In the past, the city has not used mail-in votes. They call it in the legislation special ballots, but the two terms are interchangeable. The reason why we have not used it before is because we have provided sufficient number of options in the past, such as advance votes within a week of having the election being called, that sort of thing, and going to people's houses on election day and doing institutional vote, all those different measures. We've only, in the last election, only had 2 calls. However, the situation is different today than it was 3 years ago, and we anticipate that there'll be more requests for mail-in votes because of the COVID situation. So we've proposed that perhaps special ballots may be used in the case of a lockdown of an institution where we're unable to go into them, or potentially for those people who feel unable or comfortable going to a voting station. Right now, the provincial legislation does not recognize special ballots as an option in the case of COVID, but we're anticipating that will change as we get closer to election day. So all we're doing is providing an option. We may or may not utilize it, but the plan right now is just to provide for that option if in case we need to do so.
And are we, second part of that question, are we able to do the special ballots if the province still is does not recognize it?
So we are allowed to do special ballots, but there's very specific reasons for using them. If you have a disability is one of the reasons, and the second is you will not be available on any of the advance or election day to vote. So under that rules, those are the only rules we'd be allowed to use it for now, but we're anticipating a change. If it doesn't change, then that's what we would be limited to. We could not override the provincial legislation.
Okay, and so could we add this in later then if for some reason that does change?
We could, but we were just trying to provide all options at this point, and then once we get closer to election day, we'll define better. So for instance, where, when and where the advance votes will be held, if special ballots are an option. So we were just providing all options to be available in this bylaw.
Okay, so I guess in just my final question then, if that was not in there and the province does open it up because of COVID, etc., then we wouldn't need this in there, that we would be following suit with what the province has puts in place and at that time, is that correct?
No, because right now we have no provision for special ballot, so we would have to put it in the bylaw at some point. There's no requirement to put it in today. We could eliminate any reference to special ballots if that's your wish, and then add it if you so desire later on, but we were just trying to provide a complete picture at this time.
Okay, I would like to make an amendment. I don't know when I can do that, or if I wait till debate, I guess.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Kaufman? Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Is Councillor Higgin putting forward an amendment right now? Or is he waiting?
I would like to do an amendment, but I didn't know if you wanted me to do that at debate or if I can do that now with question.
No, you might as well do it now.
I'll hold my question. It's not relevant to Councillor Higgins' question, so if he wants to bring in the amendment now, that's fine. I can hold my question.
Okay, the amendment is just to remove S77.1 from the bylaw.
So it would be more than that. So what I would do is add any reference to the special ballot in the election bylaw, because it's throughout the bylaw.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sartfield.
Okay, I just want to understand, where is Councillor Higgin bringing forward an amendment? Okay.
So I guess any reference to it as was mentioned by the acting city clerk. I guess I would need a seconder for that too, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Anyone? Anyone?
Bueller?
I'll second it just to get it on.
Thank you. Okay, the amendments on the screen. Councillor Higgin?
Thanks. Just don't have much to say, just that if the province does come up with changes to this in the future, we've heard from the city clerk that we can add that in. For that reason, I just asked for council support.
Okay, questions, Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To the mover, Acting Mayor Hagan, you are advocating for the removal of special ballots.
If there is a change to the provincial government on this, and they don't recognize them now, and so for that reason, yes, that's what it would be. But we could add that in later if that is recognized through the province.
Would there not be an expediency to leaving this in? Because if the province doesn't recognize them, that would make that part of the bylaw not in effect anyway. You know, provincial legislation trumps a bylaw.
I understand that, but I had heard in the question that I asked previously that we could add this in because we've had multiple requests, and that's what my question is. If the province, that's the only reason I bring the amendment forward is it was my understanding in previous conversation that we could still do this if the province still does not recognize them. And if I'm wrong on that, then I'll remove this, but that's what my understanding is.
Sorry, I just need to get clarification on your language. If the province recognizes them, I must have missed something in your line of questioning, and I'm not following what it is. I'm not picking up what you're laying down here.
Okay, sorry. I guess it's getting a little bit later here, 5:30. My question was previously that if the province does not recognize these, could we still do them? And I thought, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, that we could still do them here as a municipality, and that's why I put this in. And if I was misunderstanding what I'd heard earlier, there's no reason to have this amendment, but that is what my understanding was.
Thank you.
So maybe a question to the city clerk?
Yeah, I don't get what you're saying by the province doesn't recognize it when it's Section 71 of the Local Authority Election Act. They obviously do recognize them. If it's in the Local Authorities Election Act and it's Section 77, I'm not sure I'm understanding your meaning the province doesn't recognize them.
So maybe that's something that if the city clerk can explain again, sorry, I might not be understanding this, and my apologies if I do for taking this time up, but if this was in the, I guess, question to the city clerk, are we able to do, currently the province, you said, does not recognize them, but we have in the past, is that correct or no?
I was not clear, I guess, in what I said. So special ballots can be used for people who wish to vote who are unable to come on election day or any of the advance vote. The second purpose of special ballots is extended to those who have a disability, which prevents them from coming to the advance vote or to election day. When we proposed to put it in the bylaw, we were hoping that at some point the province will supplement that list to extend it to those people who have COVID. We've specifically asked them if those people who are afraid of coming to on election day or an advance vote, if the reason for that was sufficient, and they said no. It only extends to those two reasons, people who are absent or people who have a disability preventing them from coming on election day or advance vote. Does that make more sense?
Absolutely it does, and I'm sorry to my colleagues as I do not want to remove those that are unable to vote because of a disability or otherwise, and so I just thought that my understanding was previously that this would be anybody that just doesn't want to go or feels like they want to just do a mail-in vote. So if what I heard is correct there, then absolutely I will remove the amendment, and my apologies to my colleagues.
It's been moved and seconded. We need to vote it.
I think do we have to vote on it? It's on the floor? Okay. City Clerk says that it's been moved and seconded, so we have to vote on the amendment. So we'll just, All in favor of the amendment?
Sorry, can we ask questions still, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, go ahead. On the amendment.
Am I up or is somebody else before me?
You're the only one asking questions on the amendment. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just further to that, Mr. City Clerk, I think what now has caused some confusion for me is I totally understand what you said, but they're referred to as special ballots. Now I'm understanding the word mail-in vote. So can you just give me some clarification so that I understand, is a special ballot the same as the mail-in, or how do you see this playing out come election time?
It is the same thing. The legislation uses the word special ballot, but everyone else, people out on the street and you and me would refer to them as mail-in ballots. They're the same thing. It's just the term which is used in the legislation.
Okay, so this now, if the amendment gets defeated, 77.1 will form part of this bylaw, which then means, does that mean that then you, City Clerk's office, must provide and allow mail-in ballots?
So it gives us the option to do so if need be. Right now, in the past, we've avoided doing it because we've provided sufficient options for people to vote in other ways. And we haven't had much call for this. As I mentioned last election, we only had 2 requests for a mail-in ballot. So we have not used this. Most municipalities have used it, but the number of votes which are being cast through this is minimal.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say then, that 77.1 being in the bylaw really is nothing different than what we've been doing in the past.
It gives us the option to use special ballots if we wish to extend it, as I mentioned before, to the institutions, if they're in a lockdown procedure, to give them an option to vote. Right now, if there was a last election, I don't know if you remember, there was a Norovid, I may be pronouncing that wrong, there was a virus in one of the institutions, and we had difficulty getting in because of the outbreak in that particular institution. So this would have been an option we could have used in that case.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm understanding what you're saying, and then I get confused from what you're saying. So I understand. So these examples that you've given, where they can't come in, we go to them and we give them, like, we call those special ballots so they can vote. Is that correct?
Yes. We also give them the option of going to individual households, and what we call the incapacitated, we've been doing that for years and years.
Right, but now you won't have to do that anymore because I can mail my vote in.
Yeah, there's rules around it. It's just not a matter of mailing in your vote, but that's the principle, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions on the amendment? Okay. The mover of the amendment wish to say anything before?
Call for the vote.
Okay. All in favor of the amendment? Any opposed?
Carlson.
Parker.
Miyashiro.
Campbell.
Okay, maybe just we can do a roll call, unless it's unanimous. Is there anybody in favor? Okay, the amendment's defeated 9-0. We're back to the main motion. Moved by Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Well, what can I say? We just had this discussion about something that didn't even exist, so I will open up for debate.
Point of order, Councillor Miyashiro. Really?
Okay, let's move on. Second reading, debate on second reading. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I actually had a question.
Go ahead.
Just regarding section 78, the blind template, I recognize that the verbiage says that the city has not provided this option before, as we've not had requests, but it requires an amendment to the bylaw. Would it not be something we put in the bylaw just so it didn't become a rush or a concern if somebody did approach the municipality prior to June 30th, which is, I believe, what section 78 says is the deadline?
Go ahead.
Maybe to rephrase the question, is it not wiser to put it in and have the option there instead of having to come back?
We could do it either way. Like, since I've been here, we've never had a single request. So.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Any further questions? I see none. Back to debate.
I have none.
Okay. Ready for the vote?
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, and now we'll go to third reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6258, a bylaw to amend election bylaw 5803, be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Miyashiro?
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? There's none. Thank you.
Can we take a short break?
How short?
I don't know, enough for me to run to the...
Sure, we can take a break. We'll get 5 minutes. We'll reconvene at 5:50. It's 5:45 now. Thank you.
I wanted to hear where Rob was running to. Hey, here's some good news. I just finally got
Right, talks about them, and then the actual amendments are coming.
Oh, I thought Joe's was to amend them.
No, because if you look at 8.15, 6241 is there.
Okay, we're ready to move forward with bylaws 6241, 6242, and 6248, proposed by Councillor Morrow. Be it resolved that bylaw 6248 be amended by striking 2 sub L, 2 sub M, 2 sub N2, 2 sub N3, and 2 sub N4 from the bylaw. And further be it resolved that bylaw 6241, a bylaw amending the sewerage service charge bylaw 3250 be abandoned. And further be it resolved that bylaw 6242, bylaw to amend bylaw 3999, the water service bylaw, be abandoned. Councillor Morrow. Is Councillor Morrow there?
I think he's on mute.
I can move this amendment, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead.
Councillor Morrow. Thank you. Maybe I'll ask City Manager to give a very brief explanation.
Council, so City Manager or Delegate, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is in response to the earlier decision today regarding the approval to the budget reductions, and specifically as it relates to the water, wastewater, and waste utility bylaws, and council's desire to have 0% rate increases associated with those bylaws. So the two of them are very clean. 6241, 6242 are the sewer and the water bylaws. We want you to abandon those. Those first readings are no longer relevant. The waste bylaw 6248 just has us strike some of the references in the schedule specific to some of the increases associated with that, again, in order to maintain 0% rate increases for the most part. There's a subsequent, there are some other amendments those that still apply with respect to the waste bylaw, where we're splitting out charges related to recycling versus collection versus processing, so that we can be a little more explicit on the waste services bill going forward. So that bylaw still requires some amendments, but the rate charges are being amended accordingly to maintain that 0%.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nope.
Okay, I see no questions. We'll move on to debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Worship. I think Mr. Hawkins explained it fairly well in response to, I believe it was your resolution for 0 increases in the work that we did during budget, and now we have an approved budget. These changes are necessary to achieve that, so I'd ask for council's support.
Okay, any further debate? I see none. We'll take that as your opening and your close.
Yep.
And, okay, all in favor? Are there any opposed? Okay, those pass. So now we'll move on to 6248. What?
I'm back.
Thank heavens.
Okay, so we'll now move on to, it's 8.17, bylaw 6248, moved by Councillor Campbell. Bylaw 6248, amendment bylaw to amend waste bylaw 6146 for second reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6248, a bylaw to amend waste bylaw 6146 as amended, be given second reading. Councillor Campbell?
Any questions on this?
I see none. We'll move on to debate.
Okay, I think it was explained to us, so I have nothing more to add.
Okay, thank you. Any debate? All in favor? Any opposed? There's none. We'll move on to third reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6248, a bylaw to amend waste bylaw 6146, as amended, be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Campbell?
Question?
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Now we move on to bylaw 6233, electric regulated rate option bylaw 8.1.8. For second reading by Councillor Kaufman, be it resolved that bylaw 6233, electric regulated rate option bylaw, be given second reading. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Members of council have read the briefer. They understand what the issue is. If there are any questions, direct those to Mr. Hawkins. Otherwise, I'll call the question.
Are there any questions? I see none. Question's been called on second reading. All in favor? Are any opposed? There are none. We'll move on to third reading. Bylaw 6233, be it resolved that bylaw 6233, electric regulated rate option bylaw, be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Kaufman.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? I see none. That is unanimous. Thank you. Now we're moving on to 6234, electric default supply tariff bylaw, moved by Acting Mayor Higgin. For second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6234, electric default supply tariff bylaw, be given second reading. And we have an amendment moved by Councillor Kaufman. Amendment to 6234, 8.1.9A. Be it resolved that bylaw 6234, electric default supply tariff bylaw, be amended as follows. On page 14, section A3, default supplier energy price, amend system losses in the table from 3.75% to 4.6%. Councillor Kaufman, would like to speak to the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I didn't know I had an amendment, so I'm just reading it right now. Upon review of bylaw 6234, which is presented first reading, was an error was detected. The value assigned to system losses within table and section A3 of the bylaw. The error has been corrected to 4.60 from 3.75 reflect current pricing parameters which are utilized to set the default supply energy rate. If you don't understand anything I said, Mr. Hawkins is available. I think we will need to trust that staff have put this forward as a correction, and I will happily sponsor that.
Okay. Mr. Hawkins, is there anything you'd like to add?
Just, this is an error. The 4.6% that we're correcting the table to is the current systems loss calculation that we're currently using. So There was an incorrect number put in that particular table when the bylaw was given first reading. So this just makes sure that we're using the right calculation.
Thank you. So you've heard the rationale. Any further questions? Questions been called. All in favor? Any opposed? The amendment passes unanimously. We're back to the main motion, which is now be it resolved that bylaw 6234 as amended, electric default supply tariff bylaw be given second reading. Back to Acting Mayor Higgin.
Mayor Spearman, if Mr. Hawkins wants to give an explanation about this, that would appreciate it for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins.
So this is the companion bylaw to the previous one. There's two things that we're obligated to do as the wire services provider, and is to be the regulated rate provider for essentially the small consumers, the residential consumers, and then we're also the electric default supplier in the event that larger consumers, more than 250,000 kilowatt customers, if they don't choose a retailer. So that this bylaw establishes the basis for us to actually fulfill our regulatory role as a default supplier, and in the event that there are certain customers that choose not to find retailers on their own, we acquire energy on their behalf. This bylaw gives us the authority to establish the appropriate rates and charge those customers as a default supplier.
Thank you.
Open for questions.
Any further questions? There are none. We'll move on to debate. Any debate? I see none. Councillor Higgin, call the question.
Yes.
Okay. All in favor? Are any opposed? There are none. And third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6234 as amended, the electric default supply tariff bylaw be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Okay, 8.1.10 from Councillor Croson. Bylaw 6235, Electric Distribution Tariff Bylaw. For second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6235, Electric Distribution Tariff Bylaw be given second reading. And I have some amendments. Well, I hope you all have a copy of this amendment in writing, because this amendment goes on for 3 pages.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, thank you. It's from Councillor Parker, amendment to bylaw 6235. As per the written submission for 8.1.10A, be it resolved that bylaw 6235, City of Lethbridge Electric Distribution Tariff Bylaw, be amended as follows. And so there's several amendments to make which change the rates. I guess I will ask Mr. Hawkins to explain this amendment.
So just to simplify what's in front of you, there's a number of numbers in this particular bylaw by which we ultimately establish the distribution tariff for electric customers in the city of Lethbridge. At first reading, and there's 2 components that ultimately get translated in these calculations. There's a transmission access fee component and a distribution access fee component. At first reading in September, it was anticipated, And the bylaw was created on the basis of a 10% flow-through charge on the transmission access fee from the province, or from ISO. And we anticipated a 2.2% or 2.25% distribution access fee associated with essentially the wires business, the business that we're in control of. We have since September, since first reading, we have done a more detailed analysis of what our revenue forecast is and what those charges are more accurately forecasted to be. And the 10% transmission access fee is down to 9%, which is good news, and distribution access fee is lowered by from 2.25 to 2%. And so what you have before you in amendment is the translation of those percentage increases in a more detailed fashion in the rate schedule in the bylaw. So in short, our work in the last 3 months has forecasted a slightly different revenue, or lower revenue requirement, and these amendments will reflect those charges to the customer for the overall distribution tariff.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the amendment? Councillor Miyashiro?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Hawkins, in the amendment, the first section of page 8, rate code 991, there's no change in the distribution access rate A. It says change system usage charge to 2 cents per kilowatt hour from 2 cents. Is that a typo? Or do I have a different copy?
I think this is accurate. I think the change in that particular parameter was so small that it stayed the same.
Okay.
So we're talking 2 cents versus 2 cents.
Okay, thank you.
Acting Mayor Higgin?
Sorry, I had the same question, but I guess since that one's already asked, I just wanted to find out if Mr. Hawkins can explain electricity to us. Sorry, go ahead. That's Mayor Spearman.
You could ask the same question, see if you get a different answer. Yep. Okay. All right. I see no further questions. So we'll deal with the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? Okay, there's none. So now we go back to 8.1.10. Be it resolved that bylaw 6235 as amended, electric distribution tariff bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As Mr. Hawkins explained, there are different aspects to the electrical services, which is why there are 3 different bylaws. This bylaw covers the cost for the wire services that connects the customers to the electrical services and does not cover the costs associated with the energy customers consume. As was also mentioned, there's 2 components: the transmission access fee, which is collected from customers but then flows through to Alberta Electric System Operator. That is now at 9% increase. And there's the distributed access fees collected to cover the cost in the city of Lethbridge, which is set at 2.00%. Now, previously that had been at 4.5%, but with the various reductions, et cetera, it's now down to 2.00. There is no change to the local access fee. And this is what this bylaw is bringing forward. If there are any questions, I will defer those to Mr. Hawkins.
Are there any questions on the main motion as amended? Councillor Miyashiro?
Sorry, I had my hand up still.
Okay, no questions. We'll move on to debate.
If there's no debate, I'll call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. And now for third reading, bylaw 6235, Be it resolved that bylaw 6235 as amended, electric distribution tariff bylaw be given third reading, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Crowson.
Question.
All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. We'll now move on to 8.1.11, bylaw 6253, 2021 incentives for prepayment penalty and tax deferral bylaw, moved by Councillor Kaufman for second reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6253, 2021 incentives for prepayments, penalty and tax deferral bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As members of council and community would know, we offer the tax incentive prepayment program, or fondly referred to as TIP, and this just does the annual effect of making it so for the 2021 taxation year. If you prepay, you do end up actually getting a discount on prepayment of 0.75% on your property taxes. So, as usual, we encourage as many citizens as possible to participate in the TIP program. It makes payment much easier and helps a little bit with cash flow as well. So, ask for council support.
Are there any questions? I see none. Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none. And for third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6253, 2021 incentives for prepayments, penalty and tax deferral bylaw be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Kaufman.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none. Thank you. Now we'll move to 8.1.12, bylaw 6254, 2021 residential assessment and supplementary assessment subclass bylaw, proposed by Councillor Carlson. Be it resolved that bylaw 6254, 2021 residential assessment and supplementary assessment subclass bylaw be given second reading. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. This is again a bit of housekeeping we must do. Each year we do have to create a bylaw to divide residential assessments into subclasses. And so there's not much difference from past years on this. I'd ask for council's support, but I see there's questions.
Yep. Okay, let's see. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question to the city manager designate. We had a presentation from Build on Monday, and as I understood process, just want to be clear about this. Any sort of amendment or change to this particular bylaw could come early in the new year around the request made by Build in terms of some sort of vacant land subclass. Is that correct? Or is now the time to put that forward?
Mayor Spearman through to Councillor Kaufman. If council wanted to amend for the Build presentation, that would be required before the second and third reading of this bylaw.
Thank you. I was under the impression when we had the conversation on Monday that your advice was that this could be done in the new year.
My recommendation was that if council wanted to include the subclasses for the vacant land, that they would amend this bylaw, and then the decision based on the mill rates would be done later at the beginning of the year.
Okay, thank you. So not being prepared to do it today because obviously we needed more information. If we approve this bylaw today, an amendment could be brought forward early in the new year, but prior to your requirement for assessments, correct?
Sorry, Councillor Kaufman, I'm not sure what your question is.
Let me see if I can rephrase it. What's your drop dead date on knowing what the tax rates need to be for 2021?
Mr. Laverty, did you want to respond to that?
Through you, Mayor, if I understand the question, we set the tax rates in April.
Thank you very much. So if, I brought forward an amendment on the what was proposed by Build in terms of the vacant land request. That should just be done prior to, as far in advance of April as possible, correct?
Through your worship, again, it's up to council if you want to do this now. You don't have to have a different tax rate in April. You can do the subclassing and keep it at the same rate, or it's kind of up to you how you want to proceed with that. If there is an appetite for there to be additional subclasses, yeah, it can be done now, or we can amend it at tax rate bylaw time.
Mr. Laverty, I think though the question is about the impact in terms of we need these subclasses clarified fairly quickly in order to complete the assessment.
Sorry, yes, for the assessment purposes, it would be easier for us to do it now than it would be. We'd have to do a lot of amendments and a lot of changes if it was at tax rate time. If that answers the question.
Well, it does, except you keep using the phrase tax rate time. So you're referring to any date past April?
Again, if there's a decision to change the subclasses to include vacant residential development land or multifamily development land, it would probably be best to do that now. If we can make those changes in April before we set the tax rate bylaw, if need be.
Okay, thank you. My dilemma was I was preparing to do this in the new year because it still required some additional information. I believe we had asked for some additional information regarding the impact on the other classes. I don't know if that information has been provided. So that gives us two options, one of approving second and third reading here today, and then doing an amendment immediately in the new year at the first meeting of council, or tabling or postponing this to the first meeting of the new year.
Councillor Kaufman, I do have the impact in terms of the other subclasses. So in the presentation for Build, it talked about $100,000 impact on multifamily inventory, and that would result in a 1.6% increase, or $19.71 per 100,000 assessment for the multifamily vacant lots being reallocated to the remaining multifamily properties. And then for the 400,000, it'd be approximately a 0.45% tax increase to the other single-family residential properties.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, the resolution is here for second reading. We can move on to debate. If anybody wanted to follow through on the Build recommendation, they could do an amendment at this time. Okay, I'll ask Councillor Carlson to open debate.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. I did open debate already. Maybe it was my explanation, but I'll call that my opening.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate? Is that Councillor Kaufman?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will just, yeah, I was not prepared to bring it forward today because I didn't have all the information and still have to collect my thoughts. So I will certainly support today's motion. But we'll actually be bringing an amendment to this bylaw forward at the hopefully in time for the first meeting in January.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate? Okay, we'll go back to the mover. Call the
Thank
question.
you, Mayor Spearman. Appreciate the discussion on this. We did have a presentation at our recovery Lethbridge committee last week. They did provide several options. This was one of them that could have been triggered. So I think council does have some time to review that presentation and get some further information from administration. But at this point, I would just call for the vote.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that is unanimous. Okay, thank you. Okay, similarly, okay, third reading. Okay, for third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6254, 2021 residential assessment and supplementary assessment subclass bylaw be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Carlson?
I'll call for the vote.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? There are none. So, thank you, that's unanimous. Okay, so similarly, we have another resolution to set the offsite levy rates for 2021 and 2022. Bill had also made a submission on this, but here we have a motion from Councillor Parker for second reading. Be it resolved that the bylaw 6255, bylaw to amend 5990 in order to set offsite levy rates for 2021 and 2022 be given second reading. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, is there any questions from members of council on these prices for both 21 and 22?
Councillor Kaufman.
Sorry, Mayor Spearman, that was my hand up from before.
Okay, I have a question. Bill had asked that the rates be held for the same for 2021 and 2022. This bylaw proposes that they continue to increase. Mr. City Manager, sir.
No, Mr. Mayor, this is, the current 2020 rate is $281,000 per hectare, and this bylaw will freeze that rate for the next 2 years.
Okay, good. So that's what they're asking for. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, there are none. Councillor Parker, debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank our administration, Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Virginis and his team for working with Bill over the last few months. It's glad to see we can come to some kind of resolution, and I'm glad that we could hold the rates. I know we can't lower them so much, but hold the rates for at least the next 2 years. It gives people a sense of certainty in the development community, and I just ask for council support.
Okay. Any debate? I see none. All in favor? Okay, move on for third reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6255, bylaw to amend 5990 in order to set offsite levy rates for 2021 and 2022 be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Parker.
Question.
All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Okay, I have a resolution from Councillor Parker, bylaw 6259, amendment to waste bylaw 6146. For first reading, that bylaw 6259, amendment to waste bylaw 6146, be given first reading. Councillor Parker?
Was this mine, Mr. Mayor, or was this Councillor Higgins?
I think it's Councillor Higgins. It says Councillor Higgins on the on the agenda, but it says Councillor Parker on the bylaw sheet.
It's probably on the bylaw, this is on the bylaw amendment. It's kind of like what happened to Councillor Kaufman earlier, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Or is this?
All right. Councillor Higgin, do you want to speak to this bylaw?
Oh, I was going to let Parker speak to it, but sure, I can speak to it.
Oh, either or.
I've got. we had a presentation from Mr. Sanchez from the Waste and Recycling. He's a Waste and Recycling General Manager. A few, I guess.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, point of order. This is first reading, isn't it?
It is, yeah. First and second, yeah. And
Are
third.
we doing first? But are we doing first and second together, or are we just doing them separate?
Well, we can just vote on it on first, but it doesn't matter. They're all three of them are here.
Sorry, Councillor Morrow, I forgot it was first reading.
Yeah, okay, so we can just vote on first reading.
Question.
All in favor? Okay. Any opposed? Okay, none. On to second reading. Councillor Higgin, keep going. Thank you.
Yes, as indicated, Mr. Sanchez was in a couple months ago and gave us an update on this and this particular bylaw and or the actual situation that was at hand and would require the bylaw change. And this is for the waste recycling for the larger condominium in our community. And there was some funding that was found and was able to hold over for the next year to not make any changes at these condominiums and give the opportunity for them to look at some what they're looking forward to in the future when it comes to the waste and recycling bylaw, and if they're able to show the importance of doing it themselves or if it needs to be moved over to the city. So they'll be watching this over the next year. And I don't know if Mr. Sanchez is in the room, if there's anything that he would like to add, or Mr. Hawkins through the city manager, if that's if there's any questions to be directed to them.
Are there any questions? Councillor Miyashiro?
Yeah, thank you. Just, I think it's a question to Councillor Higgin or whoever. I just want clarity in that if for whatever reason the larger multi-family units are not able to meet the expectations of the waste management department, they could be compelled to enter into the city's recycling system. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. I'll pass it on to Mr. Hawkins or to Mr. Sanchez if they'd like to answer that through the city manager.
That is correct, Councillor Miyashiro. This provides an exemption for the larger multifamily properties,
right?
But it still makes recycling mandatory under the bylaw, and in the event that if they don't meet the conditions of establishing their own program and reporting to our satisfaction, we can compel them to actually opt back into the city program in order for them to meet the mandatory requirements.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any further questions? I see none. Debate on second reading. I see none. All in favor? Any opposed? Move on to third reading. Okay. So I need authorization to deal with third reading at this time. Okay, all in favor of proceeding with third reading? Any opposed? That's unanimous, so we'll proceed with third reading. Be it resolved that bylaw 6259, amendment to waste bylaw 6146 be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Higgin?
Thank you. As we've just heard here a short time ago, waste bylaw to include exemptions for multifamily properties over 45 dwellings, units for council's consideration no later than December 14th, 2020. So it has for council support.
Okay. Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none. Thank you. Okay, there were no inquiries submitted prior to the meeting. We'll move on to City Council updates. Are there any City Council updates? I see none. Okay, I now move on to the in-camera resolutions. First one is from Councillor Morrow. Human Resources Update. 11.1, be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting discussions with respect to Human Resources Update remain confidential pursuant to sections 23, Local Public Body Confidences, 24, Advice from Officials, and 25, Harmful to Economic Interests of a Public Body, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Morrow?
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Next, I have a resolution from Councillor Parker, in-camera resolution for boards, commissions, and committees matter. 11.2. Be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting discussions and report with respect to boards, commissions, and committees matter remain confidential pursuant to sections 24, Advice from Officials, and 25, Harmful to Economic Interests of a Public Body, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And further be it resolved that City Council direct the City Manager to proceed with the confidential direction provided. Councillor Parker?
I have nothing else to add, Mr. Horst, but I just called the question.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. And finally, I have a resolution from Councillor Campbell, adjournment, that we do now adjourn the regular meeting of City Council until Tuesday, January the 12th, 2021. Councillor Campbell?
Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year.
Take care.
Go Chiefs.
I thought we had more in camera.
We've covered everything on the in-camera agenda.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
So see you in 2021 or tomorrow or Thursday, whatever comes first.
I think tomorrow's first for me and you.
Yeah.